Good morning. Welcome to Hernando County's Board of County Commissioners regular meeting. Today is Tuesday, February 24th, 2026. It's 9 a.m. Please stand for the invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm going to ask Mr. Javin Marabella to lead us in the invocation.
Please join me in prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, we come to you with gratitude, recognizing that every good gift comes from you. So we thank you for the gift of leadership. We thank you for the gift of unity. Lord, we thank you that you are in control. And Father, I just ask that you would, with this meeting, Lord, that we can look past even policies and look into community, look past budgets and into family. Lord, that as your word says in Romans, that every leader has been put in place to govern for the good of the people. And Lord, I thank you that weightiness would weigh heavy on us this morning, not just here in this building, not just here in this space, but also across this building, that we recognize, Lord, that the policies that are being put in place and the decisions that are being made, Lord, that they would honor you and be done with integrity. I ask that you would strengthen our community, bless our homes, keep safe our children, and let justice and peace walk hand in hand in our streets. I ask that you be with us this morning. In Jesus' mighty name, amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Sure. Thank you, Mr. Marabella, for the invocation. We're moving on to item B, approval of the agenda.
Real quick, can I say something real quick?
No, sir. Yeah. Item B, approval of the agenda.
Can I say anything or no?
No, sir.
No?
Motion.
Got a motion to approve by Commissioner Lockout.
Second.
Got a second by Commissioner Champion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. We're on to elected officials. Hernando County Tax Collector, Amy Blackburn.
So I can't say anything, Chair?
We're following the agenda, sir.
I'm trying to talk about our Olympic stars that are out there because we're doing a Pledge of Allegiance, dude.
Okay.
Like, what is the problem with that?
Ms. Blackburn,
I guess,
please.
well, we know you're not patriotic anyway, so whatever.
Ms. Blackburn, please.
All right.
I'll get the joke.
Good morning, Amy Blackburn, Hernando County Tax Collector.
Good morning.
I'll be brief. We are ready for our new building to open, hopefully Tuesday, March 3rd. So in order for that to happen, Thursday and Friday, our office will be closed, and Monday, so that we can move all of the equipment, test, and hopefully Tuesday we'll be ready to go. So our new building is on the east side of the Health Department, 7701 Forest Oaks Boulevard. We're so grateful to the board for giving us this opportunity and giving the citizens of Hernando County this opportunity. One, to have a seat when you wait, but it's more efficient. We've got a queuing system we've enabled. We actually started it here in Brooksville, so we're very excited about the new opportunity. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Lockout.
Amy,
Yes, sir.
should they be calling a certain office or something during the transition? Does that make things helpful?
No, the number they call will be answered
Regardless. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. The state is providing us limited services. So Thursday and Friday at our current location, they are providing us a mobile bus, which will be able to provide limited services. So if you aren't in a hurry, please come to Brooksville, is all I have to say. There's 4 stations available. We can do basic driver's license, basic registration renewals, nothing out of state, nothing non-US, no driving tests. So it's very limited. So if you can wait till Tuesday, experience the new building.
Awesome. Commissioner Hawkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Amy, congratulations. Good luck on this move.
Thank you.
I know the operational aspects of it are going to be difficult. How are we doing with the license plates with the 250th year? Are they still available to the public, or are they gone?
Okay, so there were only 1,000 that had the USA in the front. So now you have USB 000. So the USA ones are gone. The US are still available, but it doesn't doesn't look
It's not
the same. No, it's not.
Understood. Thank
In
you.
my opinion, it's not. But it's yes, you can still get the 250th commemorative plate.
Got it. Understood. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Administrator Rogers.
I was going to say congratulations. I'm excited not to have to stand outside in the sun or the rain.
Or the rain.
To go to your office, but I look forward to you guys being in the new building. Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
you for being here.
Absolutely.
Any
Have a
other
great day.
elected officials? Seeing none, Mr. Champion, you're recognized.
Well, Amy, while you're still out there, I appreciate everything you do. So, I wanted to comment about something else. But thanks for all you do.
You got it. Thank you.
I just the comment I wanted to make earlier because we were in the Pledge of Allegiance is I'm going to talk about how proud we should all be of all our Olympic athletes for the U.S. And that's why I wore my USA tie, my USA jacket, because it's a proud moment, you know, especially when we're not known for being the best athletes in snow games. I call them that, ice and all that other stuff. Norway and Russia and all them, they're much better in Canada. But I tell you, it was so inspiring to see these young people, the men and women hockey teams especially, win gold. But specifically when we had our hero on the USA team scored a goal, and they asked him about it was a time for him to maybe take credit for everything that's going on. But instead, he thanked his teammates, he thanked his country, and he said this 24-year-old man, and with his brother playing on the same team, by the way, says that how proud he was of the USA. And, you know, this should be a uniting, you know, kind of, you know, and unfortunately it's not because a lot of people out there are talking. I don't see how Democrat, Republican, Independent, how we all can't be proud of these athletes out there and how they performed. It was so inspiring. I tell you, I couldn't believe I was watching hockey at 9 a.m. in the morning yesterday, but it was so exciting, and I tell you that we should all be proud of these men and women out there that did us proud for the U.S. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Hawkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tampa Bay Lightning, if you're listening, please get the Hughes brothers, or at least Jack Hughes here. We'd be proud to have him here in Tampa Bay. But you know, two sets of brothers on the Chuck brothers and the Hughes brothers on the hockey team. You know what was interesting? It was 46 years to the day from the Miracle on Ice in 1980. And I believe it was 20 years prior to that. I think it was in 1960 when they first won their first Olympic gold. And it's incredible when you have, you know, just the absolute patriotism shown throughout the entire Olympics. To your point, being snow athletes, and then the horrific accident that happened to one of the greats, Lindsey Vonn, and you know, kind of all the things that transpired. It was incredible. We were hooked. Sunday morning, 10 a.m. hockey is pretty awesome. So, you know, if we could do some Sunday morning 10 a.m. hockey before the NFL, that'd be kind of cool. But listen, I think it was incredible. Congratulations to all the athletes, especially those who took home medals or even competed. I don't know if you guys watched some of the long distance skiing, but my goodness, they're doing half marathons on skis. Uphill, downhill, changing skis, falling down. I mean, it was incredible the endurance that these athletes have, and it was fun to watch. So thanks for bringing it up, Commissioner Chamberlain.
So it was definitely exciting. Fortunately, I missed the game on Sunday. I was at church, but I was following along a little bit on my phone. But it was incredible that the women's hockey team went in overtime, won in overtime, and then the men's hockey team went in overtime, won in overtime. It was just incredible. You couldn't write that script. You know, Commissioner Hawkins.
Yeah, sorry. I just want to say, John Cooper, I know that, you know,
We like him.
lick your wounds for Canada, but come back and be strong for Tampa Bay
Well,
Lightning.
you will. You will. You will. Yeah. And there was some players in different sports from Florida, Ocala. You know, I saw multiple from Ocala, which is super cool. But yeah, proud time for the United States of America. Thank you for bringing that up. All right, we're on to item D, citizens' comments. If you'd like to make a comment, please approach the podium. When you approach the podium, say your name, spell your last name. You'll have 3 minutes. Please line up behind the podium if you'd like to speak. Good morning.
Can we switch to Elmo? Thank you. Whichever you pick first. And can we take that after?
Yeah, we can put this one first and this one second.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Kelly Dotson. I am a Hernando County resident. I just wanted to show you an email I got from Jeff Rogers on the memorial here for Charlie Kirk. And then he suggested a couple places. And so I went to the library. I do have an email from the library as well. They don't want it at the libraries. I talked with the Coast Guard, and I'm not sure that they want it either, because it doesn't really fit their mission. So that's, I just wanted to, I guess I'm here to figure out where we could do this, and just say a few words. I believe Charlie Kirk was bringing an awakening of the sleeping giant. When the shot was fired, the spiritual world shifted, and we all will be the spiritual world shifted. We all will be standing side by side to finish this spiritual battle. Please help me to get this memorial in place. This is a battle, and I need you to help me to complete the mission. Thank you for your time and consideration in this matter. And there's the, do we just leave it here, or do you need a?
You can leave it there.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Gary Mazout. I live here in Spring Hill. I'm here today because I don't know why I'm here today. We had a meeting scheduled for March 10th to discuss the flock cameras, and somebody on this committee took it upon themselves to advance and not listen to the American public. We have the right to hear, be heard, ask questions, and get information before you guys vote. So anybody that votes in favor of this motion today for the flock cameras is not an American. We, the people, deserve the right to ask questions, and I'm really embarrassed that somebody brought this up at the last minute. We have a meeting scheduled for us to understand what's going on. I'm not here to talk about the benefits or the security issues associated with the flock camera. I'm here because I'm embarrassed that we're here today. This flock camera has to be heard by us. And we have a meeting scheduled, so either table it or vote it down, but anybody here that votes to pass this is not a Republican. We have a right to understand what's going on with our information, and I'm embarrassed we're here today.
Thank you, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. Mike Casey. I'm here again about my neighbor and putting up a building she's not supposed to without a permit. We went over it last time, and the people and the person that probably okayed him right off the bat. And I talked about a union, found out there wasn't a union. But then I think you missed the bigger point: the untrained person that approved it already, that said he would get it. But anyway, so I went back down to the development department and ended up talking to a person named Tammy and told her what was going on. She looked stuff up and she said, okay, I'll go down, take pictures and do the whole thing. And she red tagged it. The red tag was up for a couple days. Then the red tag was gone by that Friday. So I went down last Monday, and apparently Tammy was out because there's a lot of people out that were sick. I ended up, some other lady who never gave me her name came out, blonde haired, tall lady, kind of older. Walked out and looked around for a little bit, and then finally she asked somebody about the May Height Road, and I said yes I was, and she asked me a question about it. So I started telling her, and she got nasty with me. She got nasty in fact, and she said, all right, I know you're not happy because somebody's not doing something right. I go, no ma'am, you asked me a question and I answered it, and now you're mad at me. And while I was talking, she was talking over me, and finally she left and went back to the room, and another guy came out by the name of Art. Art came out, I talked to him again, went through the whole story. Then he said, I'll get something done. I'll come out and look at it, and he did. He finally did, but then nothing was done. So 2 days later, I called Art back up and asked him what was going on. And apparently, their system's down to both the computer systems for the development department, the Tyler system and the old ones they had on. So he said, we have a lot of problems, we can't get anything done, and there's a lot of checks and balances that we can't do with paper. Great. So anyway, I talked to Art, and he finally said, okay, Now that I have all the information, I'll get with Tammy. We're here today, again, nothing's happened. The building's still up, because apparently what happened, he put up a building that wasn't permitted. Too close to the property line, he wanted a variance on. But now he's putting up another one. Apparently that one's okay. Apparently that was the one that he put plans in for, and then finally got around to paying the fees to have them put in. So he's doing that, but the other building's still up. He's done more work on the other building. And nobody's come out. Tammy said she'd tell me what was going on. She never did. Art tell me what's going on. He never did. It's still there. Nobody's been out. No red tag. No nothing. I want something done. You know, this is getting to drag on too much. And no, I'm not mad because somebody put a building up.
Thank you, sir. If there's anybody else would like to speak, please line up behind the podium. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. My name is Christopher Anger, A-N-G-E-R. I live in Spring Hill. Why am I here today? On Sunday, 22nd of February, I got an email about the agenda for today. And it struck me as, why would I be getting one 2 days before the meeting? So I looked at it and I see an added agenda item that was put on there. So I usually will question what's on the agendas. I did not see nothing on the 19th. I go back through and I look and see that this thing was discussed and added on the 20th, created on the 20th. So that just raises all sorts of questions for things. So the main reason I'm here today is when the agenda was changed on Sunday with the added item, it led me to question the posting of the agenda and the items on it. We need to do a better job as a county, as your guys are leadership, in posting at a time for public review. According to the Florida Sunshine Manual, that it dictates how everything is done in the Sunshine, how meetings are to be handled, how the posting of agendas, and all the agenda items. According to Florida Statute 120-5.25, excuse me. It lays out the meetings, the hearings, and the workshops that are to be conducted. And in item 2, it says the agenda shall be prepared by the agency in time to ensure that a copy of the agenda may be received at least 7 days before the event by any person in the state who requests a copy. So I was looking at that, and it's 2 days, 4 days, 5 days, whatever you guys give, does not meet the 7 days. I know you guys are going to say something about agency because this is the administrative act, but agency and 120.52 says each officer or government, it describes an agency. Each officer or governmental entity in the state having jurisdiction in one county or less than one county to the extent they are expressly made subject to this chapter by general or special law. I know that you guys are going to probably say something about minimum standards, but we should not be operating at a minimum standard. We should be expecting a higher standard from our elected and appointed servants. The acceptance of a minimal standard is visible in the behavior and attitude of the administration, employees, and the board of this county. There are some that are doing an excellent job and are truly worthy of their positions. I come before you for a second time to ask of you what I believe is the most important tool for the success of a relationship, which is communication.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else would like to speak during public comment, please line up behind the podium. Good morning.
Good morning. Natalie Kaler. I am a resident of the city and the county. I'm here to ask for your help today. I am on the team that built the Hernando Historic Preservation Society plan, as well as a 6-year docent for the Tampa Bay History Center, but I am not here on their behalf, and I am not actually a board member of the History Center or of the Preservation Society. I just am somebody that I'm passionate about those things, and I really need your help today. We had a meeting at our request with FAMU last Wednesday night, And the meeting started with the dean saying that he didn't know what we were meeting about, but that he wanted to let us know that he was going to offer us a one seat on his advisory council. As a former elected official, I am as aware of the rest of you of what advisory councils are for, which is generally to pacify people, to make them think that they have a voice when decisions are being made elsewhere. Also, one seat on an advisory council doesn't do any good if you're outvoted by everybody else on that advisory council. Also, when you have an 18-team member team, do you appoint the archaeologist or the historic preservationist or the construction person or the county historian? You have 18 people, curator of Black history. Which one of those people are you picking to put on that board? It became very clear that that was his only concession that they were willing to provide to us. And when I asked him about the motion that was made here and adopted unanimously by this commission, that you wanted us to be able to have a seat at the table and participate with programming, he said that he had not heard it that way and that they would be coming up with a plan and they would adopt the plan and that it was their property. I don't feel like that's the tone that you guys set. I don't think that was the intent of what you set. I obviously was hesitant to go to the meeting anyway because of prior experiences, but did what you guys asked because I respect your authority and I respect the decision of the board, and I obviously care about the property. But I am very concerned with the way that this is headed and the fact that there seemed to be very little thought going into this other than throwing some things on a piece of paper. So I did contact Commissioner Hawkins after the meeting since he was the one that made the motion, and I know that he has been making some moves to try to figure out exactly what's going on, but it would be really helpful if you guys could let them know.
Thank you. Anybody else like to speak during public comment? If somebody could please move the chair so Mr. Whitted could get to the.
He's got this.
He's got it.
Good morning.
Good morning, Larry.
Just come on this morning to give you all a great debt of gratitude to say thank you for showing up on Saturday at our second annual Cast Circle Sidewalk Festival. It was an amazing day, 88-degree temperatures. And first of all, I'd like to thank Director Scott Herring for providing the barriers. The guys always do a good job, and whenever I call, he answers and responds. Chief Hasselmeyer, getting the fire department out there. You know, the kids love the interaction with the fire truck and the fire department. They had a vendor booth. And also Sheriff Niehaus. They had a nice vendor booth there, and the kids loved sirens and flashing lights in the car. And lastly, I'd like to thank Brian Hawkins, Commissioner Hawkins, and Administrator Rogers for showing up with their beautiful daughters. And Commissioner Amsler with his dog. The dog was the hit of the whole festival right there. Even afterwards, people were asking me, do you have any pictures of the dog? And always, Commissioner Lockwood for always supporting us, always with that every event. I will give you a save the date. We'll be doing a third annual block party in South Brooksville on the 31st. Time to be determined. Also,
March.
I'm sorry, October 31st.
Okay.
February.
I'm sorry. Also, I just want to.
October.
Secondly, I'm on that board, the FAMU Advisory Council Board and Advisory Council. And there is no tokenism or anything of me being just there to be there. I've spoken for at least 6 hours with the dean, and I've made it clear, and we all made it clear, inclusion is paramount in this county, and that's what we are striving for. And as far as how many people are gonna be on that board, on that council, I don't know. But we are not closing we are open-minded, and we want to promote unity in this community, in this county. We're not excluding anyone. And this is not a gesture of, I want to choose my words kindly, and just to be saying we're doing something for the Hernando Historical Society. We want them to be a part of this. We want everybody to be a part of this. As you can see with the Together program, we are coalition builders. And I think our events have showed improvement. So I hope we could come back to the table and discuss this further. But there's no way that we just having somebody here just to, for cosmetic purposes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jerry. Before you leave, can you state your name for the record?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Jerry Whitted, Hernando County YMCA Advisory Board.
Thank you, sir.
Together with Chair.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anybody else would like to speak during public comment? Seeing none, we're closing public comment. We're back to the board. We're on item E, board and staff responses. We'll start with Ms. Dodson. Seeing none, we'll move to, oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner Champion.
Administrator, do we have a place we can put this, or what's the thoughts?
Oh, I've been working with thoughts and just things that I thought of. Just trying to. I don't have a designated location. We to put this yet. Just open for ideas and suggestions on where would be a good location with make sure we have parking there and it's visible and I don't know. I'd like to maybe hear Ms. Dotson's thoughts on where, but the community we've looked at some median locations, but we kind of despite not looking like that's kind of a good idea because we don't want distractions and things, and so open for suggestions to the board if there's a park or something that they think.
And is this just a model, and it's going to be a bigger one?
It's going to be really big, right? Like
Any size.
like 4 or 5 feet tall or something, right?
So I would say we could put it, if it could be outside, it could be by the sign that we're doing. By the way, there's a sign unveiling on at 3 o'clock on Friday. So anyone wants to come to that by Chocochatty and Nature Coast. But I mean, if you could put, unfortunately, there's some people out there that would probably destroy it or try to, and that's why you can't do that, unfortunately, which is crazy. You would think people wouldn't do that, but they will. You're gonna have to give us some thought. Maybe post to social media and ask kind of where would the public like to see it. We could probably do that. Maybe with get our team on that and say, hey, this is the plan. I know you'll get there's some hate comments that'll pop up on there, but at least we can sort through all that and kind of see what the general consensus is. I mean, an idea to think about.
Thank you, sir.
It's not a bad idea. Okay.
Commissioner Lockout.
Listen, it's got to be a place where there's some parking. It's got to be a place where there's some lighting, and it's got to be county property. And in the end, this board makes a decision where it goes.
Yep.
I mean, that's the way it goes. And if they don't like it, then another board can change it down the road. But I mean, everyone gets their opinions, right? But in the end, it's going to be a policy of the board.
You got any ideas?
No, I think both of them are good places already that were mentioned. They're both county property. And one of them is rented. Is a lease, but it's still county property.
That's true.
So we'll have to think it through. It's and take some time. It doesn't have shouldn't have to be decided today. But again, parking should be an issue on the side of the road. Doesn't make sense.
Mm-hmm.
It's because you're just going to cause a problem. Last thing you want to do is have a car accident. Somebody looking at a monument. There's plenty of places we can think about, work through it. See if there's space, make sure that there's some sort of security in the area as far as lighting.
Thank you, sir. All right, we'll move on to Mr. Mazook. I'm going to combine Mr. Mazook and Mr. Anger. Any comments? Commissioner Hawkins.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sure this is in regards to due to the discussion in regards to the interlocal agreement between Hernando County and Hernando County Sheriff concerning license plate reader technology. it's just that. It's a discussion. There's no formal vote that's going to be taken, and if you open the agenda item, it specifically says in big red letters, draft. So, you know, after last meeting during commissioner comments, I brought up the fact that I worked with the county attorney's office, and they created this draft for discussion in regards leading up to our workshop. And that's exactly what this is.
Why at the last minute? Why at the last minute?
Please, no comments from the audience.
I'll have the county attorney answer that question, and the administrator can answer that question. It's a discussion between the board. We cannot have these discussions outside of these chambers, and so I took it upon myself to work with the county attorney's office to draft an agreement that was in similar light to Commissioner Amsler's first approach at this. That's constitutionally legal and works to protect the citizens of this community as well as law enforcement. So, that's where I'm at. It's a discussion. I'm sorry you got embarrassed or upset. Unfortunately, I think you've got to be careful when you're reading stuff on social media. If you would have looked at the agenda item, it purely states discussion and that it's a draft interlocal agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Champion.
Thank you. I think the problem is the optics of it. It just, I read it and it looks like a discussion.
Yeah.
So we can have a discussion. But when this man wanted to have a discussion, he was shut down. It was completely shut down when he wanted to talk about regulating some of the stuff and that. But now all of a sudden it's back. Because guess what? We're winning this argument and the people don't want them. So that's why I want it in the hands of the people. I want them to hear what it's about. I want them to see what's happening. And you're seeing other counties. Lake County, they just came out and said they're having problems too. Sabatini's all over it too. They don't want these things. And if the people know, and the reason why there's so many around the country is because they were done in the dark. They were not told about this. They didn't know that there's some counties in this state, the free state of Florida, that are sending tickets automatically in the mail and stuff. I know that's not our goal. That's what the sheriff says. It's not our goal. But the problem is this technology and AI in general is kind of scary, especially for your constitutional rights. And if you give up your rights, you'll never get them back. You can't allow this to happen, and we're gonna have to have some discussion, and that's why I said it needs to be a referendum. Let the people decide, and if they decide that they want them, I'll shut up. I'll never talk about them again. You'll never hear me talk about it again if they wins the election. But it will not. They're not gonna vote to have their privacy violated and to be tracked. It's not gonna happen. And all you gotta do is put it to a ballot initiative, and that's I want to see. I was gonna ask to pull it this morning. And say that, hey, we shouldn't even talk about it. But, if it's just a discussion, we can have a discussion. But I still want the workshop.
Of course.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Administrator Rogers.
Board, I can answer your question about the process. So, board policy is agenda items usually discussed. Goal is to have these discussed at a meeting beforehand. At the last meeting, Commissioner Hawkins had brought up this agreement that he was working on. After that meeting, the county attorney finalized this local agreement. He had distributed to the Board of County Commissioners and myself. After the last meeting, we created the agenda. My office kind of failed. We kind of lost track of this getting put on the agenda since it was discussed at the last meeting. And the discussion was for him to bring forward and to get feedback from the other commissioners on this was what the request was. That can only happen at a meeting. And so thus, it should have been on the agenda. We published the agenda on Thursday, realized that we, between myself and the county attorney did it, didn't put it on the agenda. So thus on Friday, I republished the agenda on Friday and added the item for this so that board could basically only in discussion, have a discussion just like we did with the first ordinance on this a couple months ago, the board have a discussion in the public on this, and that agenda was republished on Friday. You go in there now, you'll see the agenda has a date on Sunday, because on Sunday there was a scribbler's error within the clerk's office for an e-signature item that was on there that wasn't readable in the agenda that was found, and so that was that item, which was an administrative e-signature item on a public notice for a different item, was republished on Sunday to fix that part of the agenda item that wasn't readable. And so that was done on Sunday. That's why there's a 12/22 date also. So that agenda, and those things are normally when there's something that's not readable, it goes out from the 1,700 pages, we catch it late. And if it's not if it's only administrative, well, we publish the agenda that way. If something significant, I republish the agenda and notified the board immediately that we added this item that I failed to put on the agenda ahead of time. And I think that's it.
Thank you. I'll just reiterate, Commissioner Hawkins brought this up in commissioner comments at the end of the last meeting. He told us all to get with the county attorney if we would like to review his MOU that he has prepared with the county attorney. The county attorney then on February 12th sent an email to each one of the commissioners with the draft of this MOU. And so each commissioner received it, and it was the intent for it to be on this agenda. That was the intent. I understand, it's unfortunate that it did not get on there, and then it was revised at the last minute. But that there's no funny business with this. This was all out in the open. Commissioner Hawkins mentioned it. The intent was to put it on this agenda. That's where it's at. It's on this agenda, and it's going to be a discussion. As to the point of a commissioner being shut down, bringing this up before, that couldn't be farther from the truth. I allowed that item to be on the agenda. We heard that item. We took public comment, and so I don't know where that comment is coming from, but it couldn't be farther from the truth. Administrator Rogers.
I would like to address one citizen may put up the Florida statutes about the agenda in 7 days, and I appreciate the citizens' thoughts about higher standards. Those laws, you're probably already well aware, do not apply to Hernando County Board of County Commissioners. The county can apply that. But however, board, looking at this, we are going to try to figure out a better way to get the agenda out sooner. I will tell you, it's kind of our responsibility. It just goes to getting all the items reviewed through the departments and risk and finance and legal that has to make sure these things are all correct and on there. But also, it comes a little bit to my discretion, and I will maybe try to lean more towards getting it out sooner. I was trying to get things done in the government and holding that agenda to get more things on it, because if I release it and we're close to an item to get it done, then that item has to wait 2 more weeks, right? And so every week I make those calls on we're ready, but we'll look to try to do better and try to get this agenda out a little sooner. But it's just really just an amount of working in the government also, and then getting these items all reviewed by all the different areas to make sure that they're correct for you to be able to, and the citizens have all the backup information necessary. So, but I realize that Thursday is a little late for us. We'd like to get it out Wednesday if possible, but it is, I'll do better. I'll try. So.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Amsler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I couldn't agree more with County Administrator. This is something we've discussed before about the agenda coming out, and it's really difficult with staff developing items and getting them on timely. Maybe with the trade-off with how we're able to digitally publish some items now, we're able to maybe do it a little quicker. I know personally I'd love to see us aim for a 7-day and settle for a 6 or 5 day release at worst. I think the public appreciates it, having and obviously we appreciate it as commissioners, right? Commend Commissioner Hawkins for working more on this item. I know initially the board didn't seem like we necessarily loved my proposal on it, but I felt that the residents really wanted our discussion on it. Of the nature of how it was rolled out in the beginning. We're obviously here in Hernando County, the home of, we're probably the most conservative county in the state of Florida. And what's so funny is that we don't always realize it. I know personally, I'm telling the county administrator all the time, I'm like, but is this conservative? Is this fiscally, we can trim the budget. It's like, I know that we did, the math, I don't know about you gentlemen, the math I did on the FAFO audit that's being done around the state currently, the math I did was that we came in under that on our last budget cycle. So, we are holding the line. We are leading the way. As far as flock cameras, of course, we don't want to blindside the public. That's the whole reason why we're having these discussions in the first place. Personally, I'm looking forward to the discussion today and looking forward to it. I think that the workshops, I want to really say that I appreciate law enforcement on this and our sheriff's office, because the good people of the sheriff's office have really responded. And, like in talking to the Fraternal Order of Police and talking to many of the staff members at the sheriff's office, I couldn't be happier with some of their responses. And in traveling around the state and meeting other sheriff's office, so having that experience really helps navigate this. But I think when we committed to telling the public, hey, we're going to workshop this, I think we put ourselves in a position where we have to workshop it now.
Yeah.
And so I think that's good. Let's see. The other gentleman, I just want to thank you for your comments, and back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, and just for the record, that was the intent from the beginning, was a workshop. That was before the ordinance was even presented, was to workshop it. Commissioner Champion.
Thank you. I was going to say this later, but I'll say it now. But I just wanted to thank the FOP. I met with the Fraternal Order of Police last week, their leadership, and they discussed a lot of their concerns. And not to say, even though that I've been very vocal about this, and I'm really passionate about that document over there. We all should be. We swore to uphold and protect the Constitution of the United States and the state Constitution of Florida. And I tell you, I intend to do that. And every single vote I do is about the Constitution and about the right thing. And like Commissioner Amser said, we're a very conservative county, and I'd be willing to. We're somewhere around probably 75%, I think, conservative. When you look at the Republicans and the independents, which lean to the right. But anyway, back to the FOP. The leadership, discussed the wins. The stuff that's good for them by having these cameras, and I get it. I understand that these cameras catch bad guys. Right? No one doubts that. We've been using them for a long time on FHP, on their cars, etc. And I know that some of the technologies on the toll roads and stuff, but this AI stuff is getting kind of scary because it does everything automatic. And when you get automatic tickets, and then they know exactly what you're doing, where you're driving, where you're coming from. I mean, there's some scary stuff, and I know you can't believe everything you see on the internet. But if you just do a little bit of research on these flock cameras and kind of see what's going on around the country, it's very concerning. So that's why we want safeguards in place. And Commissioner Hawkins, I mean, obviously some of this stuff has got some of that in there, which we're going to talk about, which should be part of that workshop. We're having it at night, by the way. The ones that talk about how, like, we never have them at night, it's going to be at night. Let's see if anybody shows up and talks about it. But again, I think overall, if since it's so controversial, back to the FOP, they were talking about, well, let's wait and see what happens with the Supreme Court, et cetera. Maybe. And maybe we'll come out of this workshop and we'll come up with something that actually works for law enforcement and for the citizens out there, especially if there's safeguards in place where who can access it. Do you put a case number in? Who oversees that? And it can't be the sheriff's office. It's got to be somebody else that comes in and makes sure that they're abiding by the rules. And those kind of things we have to work out. Why not? And it should be worked out by the state. So if anybody in the state's watching, our friend Blaze or a governor or a future governor, potential governor candidates that are out there, they need to look at this stuff because what's next? I mean, this AI stuff is doing everything for everyone, and now they're even cheating in the stock market with this stuff. I don't know if you guys seen this. They're using bots to make trades. Can you imagine that? How is that fair? There's a lot of things, little scary things coming out about this stuff, and it's technology, so we just gotta understand what's going on. But I appreciate talking about it today and at least bringing it up and saying, okay, if it's just that, I think we probably should have communicated better and said, okay, we're only going to do this just to talk about what we're going to put on the workshop, which I think is your intent, correct?
100%.
Thank you.
As long as there's consistency, and I appreciate the comment, Commissioner Champion. But that there wasn't communication before, and there was a lot of criticism about me speaking out that there wasn't communication. So if you're on board with communication now, I appreciate that. Commissioner Lockout.
I wasn't going to say anything because clearly we're going to be talking about it later today, but I think it's important for the public to just take a deep breath every once in a while and fully read things. Again, it clearly says discussion, and that's what this board needs to do. And that's part of being transparent as a government, is having discussions. And it doesn't say ordinance, doesn't say, vote on an ordinance or something like that. It literally says discussion. And it was discussed in our last meeting as well. And that's the frustrating part. I mean, a lot of the times when we're getting people that are upset, it's because they have information. I mean, if it was hidden, it wouldn't even be there. And that's the problem. It's like our budget's transparent. I get phone calls all the time from people. What is this? What are you trying to sneak by on my tax bill? I'm like, it's on your tax bill. No one was sneaking anything by. What is the question you have? And then I'll go through it. Oh, okay, never mind. It's like, so there's no attempts at it's frustrating. That's all I can say is that the more we try to be transparent as a board, and we always should be, that's what government in the sunshine is, we also, on the other side, have to have the community actually read and see what it says and not get worked up because somebody said something on social media, because it's not always a full picture. And we're seeing that. Everybody has an agenda, regardless of what they say. Everybody does.
Thank you, sir. All right, we're going to move on to Mr. Casey and the issue with the neighbor building multiple buildings without a permit.
Omar, are you briefed on this case? I think we might have. Are you aware of this case?
Yes, Omar, the Pablo Development Services Director. After the gentleman spoke, I did get an email. Art in our department is working on this. We are in the blackout stage as we implement Tyler. That doesn't mean that we have stopped business. It just makes doing the research on previous offenses on a particular property just a little bit harder. I will say that it is practice to red tag a property if we have concerns, and a preliminary analysis or review indicates that there is no life safety issues, then that red tag will be pulled off. It does not mean that the investigation has stopped. So as of right now, Art, who is our code compliance supervisor, is currently reviewing the case.
Thank you. Commissioner Lockout.
Yes, I think it's important. I hate acronyms. Tyler is an acronym, but nobody knows what the heck Tyler is when they're listening to this meeting. Can we just explain what Tyler is?
Yes, sir. I apologize. Tyler is the countywide software that we are implementing the beginning of next week. We're going live. This will be replacing 6 to 8 softwares that are antiquated and really weren't speaking to one another, and we're going to one unified system across the county. Tyler is the name of the company who produces the software.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Alaka.
Thank you. I think it's important now. Thank you for doing that. For the community to realize that we're actually trying to do is we're trying to improve the systems across the county. And there is, unfortunately, there's a lag between switching over from one software to the other, and there are certain things. We had Mr. Casey, I think, made a comment about it as well. Where there's this area where we can't get access to all of the information currently. It's frustrating, especially when it's something that you want right now. And so that the whole goal here is for government to be more efficient, government to be more available, and get you the information you need in a shorter amount of time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. All right. I thought Commissioner Hamser was going for his light. Commissioner Hamser.
Well, I hesitated for a second there, but since we have you here, Omar, how are the phone systems doing in customer service? I hate to ask you. I've asked you after the meeting, but how's that working out so far? I know it's probably a work in progress. You also have the Tyler thing going on, Tyler technology thing going on, implementation going on right now. But I know it's important to a lot of people. With two of the biggest complaints we always get are the phones at utilities and the phones that in your departments.
Yeah. So we had Omar DePaulo, once again, Development Services Director for the record. We recently switched over to our new phone system. We thought that we had a good structure. We're getting some feedback from customers that they're still getting kind of lost in extensions and so on and so forth. One of the things that we're working on right now is, rather than when you call the building department, having that call center, for lack of a better word, we have two individuals that are focused solely on that, only answer for them. We're going to a campus-wide call center. So all calls will be filtered through there. All calls will be answered by an actual human. I will say that it is crazy to think, but in the month of January, we received 3,936 calls. And so,
3,900
yes, sir.
for those calls.
One of the two just on the building side call center individuals answered 800 calls by himself. And so we believe that with the implementation of the new software, implementation of GIS, a lot of these questions will be tailored, but it's going to get worse before it gets better because obviously we're implementing new things. People are going to have questions about it, so we're trying to posture ourselves to be able to answer those. But I want the board to understand, as I mentioned when I gave an update on the last board hearing, we are going to stay focused on customer-centric culture. When you call, you will be speaking to someone. And so right now we're rearranging it to better serve our community.
Yeah, about 200 calls a day, business day. So,
yes, sir.
Yeah, so I had the opportunity to call the utilities department, and I see Mr. Smith out here, and it was wonderful. I got right through. There wasn't a big backlog. They transferred me because I had to get over to dispatch because I was having an issue with a water meter. Left a message there. They called me right back. It was wonderful. I had a great experience.
If I may, I think what has been the issue with us is that we had the building department, planning and zoning as three separate entities. And I think that's where people are getting lost depending on the question. So unifying that into one call center and retraining those individuals to be able to properly direct or even answer on the fly is where we're headed. So
awesome. Thank you, sir. Mr. Champion.
Thank you. This is a little off topic, but it's around the new software and the new system coming. And I got a meeting with Randy Mazurk this week, so maybe I can cover some of this. But there's a lot of feedback out there from people, like hopefully with this new system that we can download, like things like for real estate, for example. Like if you want to save people money, imagine if you could take the survey you have and put that in a file or something. Is there some way to put that in? We're having a lot of mobile home issues where, now the state laws changes with the titles and real property and all that other mess. If we had like the HUD stickers that were downloaded, things like that, because it's a nightmare out there, and I'm sure Laco could talk about this. He's a realtor, but these people jump through hoops and have to spend all this money because they can't find their survey, or they don't have their HUD sticker, or they don't know where the titles are, or did they retire that they do, so we can make it a lot more streamlined if we had an opportunity for that. And a lot of people have stressed, they want these items put in there. And imagine if that survey was there, you would never have to order another survey. I know it's bad for surveyors, but it's good for the people to save the money. And that's just one example, but I'm sure there's a laundry list of stuff they like to download to have it part of the property record. Like if you pull the property card up, and maybe it's a volunteer process. Maybe they can put it online themselves, or they submit it to the county. Or I don't know, you may tell me we can't do that at all. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, one of the things that we are working with the new software, it is going to be the vault. So you pull up key number 1, 2, 3, 4. Our hopes that once you click on that parcel key, whether it's your personal key or your real estate agent, to your example, Commissioner Champion, you can pull the entire history. Any documents that were there, what happened in the past with having the 6 to 8 different pieces of software, the survey might be in one part, the property, so it was hard to have them speak to one another. And so the other thing that we're excited about is having the Tyler software hold all the documents, for lack of a better word, and then having GIS be the pictorial mapping software for those who are more visual to find the property, click on it, and we create softwares that talk between the two, and then essentially you end up in the same place depending on which better suits you on you're doing your research. But 100%, I think, as part of being a transparent government, citizens should have the ability to access everything on a parcel, as long as it doesn't obviously infringe on privacy.
You good, Commissioner Champion?
I'm good, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Laco.
Thank you. So first I want to say I appreciate all the maps and stuff that we now have available, things for public record information. It is so much easier. You can't find everything, but it's so much easier to find information that you need related to planning, zoning, and things like that in Hernando County compared to neighboring counties. I'm waiting 2 weeks for a simple question about what the zoning is on a piece of property in a county adjacent to us. I am a little concerned, though, and Commissioner Champion, this board has always said that we want to keep government as small as possible and not do things that are beyond what the state requires. And now we're talking about holding on to somebody's you know, their HUD sticker. You know, it's just at some
Required
point.
by law already. It's required to have.
Right.
Yeah.
But my point is that at some level, people have to be responsible for what they own. And if they don't have it and they want to sell it, then they're responsible for producing that information. I'm a little concerned if we get too much information, because then we become responsible custodians for somebody's personal effects. And that would be problematic if we have a problem with our system. And so I want it to be easy, but I don't want us to be a nanny state for people who can't maintain their own information. And that would be something I would be a little concerned about, you know, and how far we go, because we have to be consistent. You know, if we want government to be small, efficient, as least expensive, then we can't add on extra custodial duties that aren't required. That would be my concern. Long term, it costs us.
Thank you, sir. Administrator Rogers.
Two topics. One, on the phone system, yes. So utilities has done a great job, and credit to the staff there, and the numbers have increased a lot since last time we talked about the board. And so development services, we're working next. We're working on the organization right now, so that will be, that's their goal, is as well, doing as well as Brad is doing with his department. So, and then, that is a topic about the other items. We had that conversation all the time about how much data the county maintains. That is, everything has a cost for storage of data, and so that would be anything like that. We had that decision whether or not it's required by us. Just so you know, we have a position in the county, property records custodian position. Actually, currently we're re-advertising for it again. If anybody's really interested, a great job. But that job is to make sure that we only keep things that's required by law for us to keep, right? Because it costs money to keep these things, and so we go through every department to make sure we get rid of things that we don't need anymore, and that's how we. But those things are how much we keep is a continuous discussion with us in the county what we're required to keep and what's convenient for the citizens versus a cost for the citizens. So thank you, Emma.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. All right, we are going to move on to Mrs. Kaler. Administrator Rogers.
I mean, I can board the status of the Chinsegat operations currently. My office is working with FAMU and our procurement department on a lease, and that will be defined. And then when that lease will come back to this board still, right? And so within the terms of that lease is when I think any discussion like that would be determined. I do know that FAMU has reached out to me, and the county administration hasn't necessarily told them how the board would be. They have done this on their own, and they said they wanted to have an advisory board. So they are at this point setting up an advisory board for their operations to ensure that it's handled. So when that lease comes back, I'm sure that there will be a discussion with the board at that time.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Hawkins.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to be clear. I mean, in the motion that I made, it clearly states kind of what we are trying to accomplish with the other parties that are involved, and I want to ensure that that's included in the lease. You know, so that that was the entire intent of this board, and I clearly stated in the motion. So I hope that whatever comes back is that, so we don't keep kicking this can down the road.
Commissioner Champion.
Thank you. I agree with all that, and I think the locals should have a place at the table to make decisions for this important property. And maybe we look at that lease, and maybe there's the needs to be a city council person and a county commissioner on the board. I don't know. I mean, I'd keep it open because it's an important property, and I think FAMU is going to do a great job with it. I don't think they're going to do a bad job with it, but the locals and the people that have vested interests, all of us should have vested interests, but should have a say. That's for sure. So maybe we can look at the language and see what they have in there.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Lockup.
Thank you. In the end, the agreement is with the county. The county owns the lease right now.
Yep.
So that's the bottom line. We have to make that decision at the end. What I wanted to tail off onto is what Mr. Witt had brought up. There was a lot of events this weekend. I was at the Cass Circle Sidewalk Festival. Was up in Brooksville at May Stringer for the Hernando History Days, and it's just there's a lot of things going on. And we had a little discussion actually at the PIO, the Public Information Officers, about it, because the community, there are people who would like to be involved in stuff. They're like, it's just so hard not to to schedule things on the same day. And so there was discussion potentially on, is there a way for us to have a community calendar that is available. Obviously, we can't require people to do it, but just trying to find some way, or at least a link to somewhere in the county where people who are having events, could potentially reach out. And I don't know I know this chamber has tried to do it, different organizations tried to do it. It just becomes a little challenging. We have 200,000 people in this county now. There's only so many weekends in a year, and so it's tough trying to figure out how to not step on somebody else's toes when they have these big events, that are important. So anyway, it's just something I wanted to bring up because I did have that discussion with a couple of residents and with our public information officers at one of the events this weekend. So,
Thank you, sir. Administrator Rogers.
I'll review. My personal history in the past is the tourism website does a great job of lots of events in the community, but we can check to see if that's something that can be expanded on people, allowing people to get things on there. So,
may I follow?
Yes, sir.
So the important part would be that there would be an avenue for the public to actually get their stuff on there, if it's not something that's being sponsored by our tourism department.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. Very good
Okay,
point.
and so that's the thing. If we're going to have a community calendar, obviously you can't have everything on there. If somebody's doing something that's completely inappropriate, we're not going to put it on there, right? But if there's organizations like we saw at Cass Circle, and then we had the group up in Brooksville and stuff like that. If there were more organizations similar to that who could forward their information to our tourism department and say, hey, can we please get this on the community calendar? The biggest challenge is there's so much money spent and time, which is really the most valuable thing we have, is time put into these events, and then they wind up conflicting with other big events, and they're like, well, I didn't want to do something that was going to compete with that because that's really important for Hernando County, and that's really what it's about. It's just kind of getting an idea so that we aren't wasting good money on competing events, and more importantly, people aren't wasting their time, because you can't get that back.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Commissioner Hawkins.
Yeah, are we still with Mr. Whitted? Are we moving on?
No, we haven't got there yet.
Okay, I'll wait till then.
All right, we're on to Mr. Whitted.
Okay. I just wanted to thank Mr. Whitted, for mentioning the Sidewalk Festival at Cass Circle. I also want to congratulate Parks and Recreation for another successful weekend with the father-daughter dance.
Oh, yeah.
Well done. Very well attended. My wife and two boys went out of town, so I had a weekend alone, kind of with my daughter this weekend. So it was incredible. I got to bring her around to the different events, and then she got hair and nails. We took her out to dinner, and then we went to the father-daughter dance, which was incredible. It's our 9th year doing it, so it's a cherished tradition in our household to do that. I just wanted to congratulate you guys on well done, Mr. Whitted. Well done. That was very well attended. I particularly like the inside booths. It was 86 degrees, so it was nice to get in the air conditioning a little bit. But then also Heritage Day, great job at the May Stringer House, and it was interesting. It was the first time that I've been to the May Stringer House when it wasn't Halloween, and going through the haunted house. So I actually got to see the museum part of it, which is really interesting and cool. So and there's a lot of people that are vested in that particular property and do great jobs with the tours there. So please visit. I think it's like $10 to visit that museum. So thank you.
Jerry, thank you for everything you do in our community. You're one of many great servant leaders that we have in our community. So thank you. We live in a special place, very special place, and I hope we don't take that for granted. But thank you for what you do in the YMCA, many great events that they put on as well. All right, I'm going to recognize Brooksville City Council member Louis Halal. You got anything? Notice you walked in. I just wanted to make sure you were good.
Can't talk anyway.
You can't talk anyway. Okay. All right. We can do charades. Charades? No? Okay. All right. We're going to move on to item F, Public Safety Director and Fire Chief Paul Hasselmeyer.
Boy, they've been busy.
Good morning, Paul Hasselmeyer, Fire Chief. Update to the burn ban. We left it kind of generic in the agenda item for you, but I think I've heard several of you on the radio talking about the drought conditions, the weather services, all the news channels social media is flooded with all the brush fires, wildland fires. I can tell you an overwhelming majority of the brush fires that we've responded to are caused by human errors or human factors, whether it's burn pits, burn barrels, mowing your grass, some sort of mechanical error. And our responses to brush fires, grass fires are still on the rise. Conditions are still a little bit, well, quite a fire threat. So the recommendation is to keep the burn ban in place for the foreseeable future.
Thank you,
But
sir.
I'll give you an update in 2 more weeks.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Commissioner Hawkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just thank you for everything that the men and women of the fire department are doing. You guys have been extremely busy lately, and I don't know if it's just an uptick in you putting out public information on social media, but it's not only the amount of brush fires, but residential fires that have kicked up. Is there anything that's attributing to that? It seems like it's been, a little bit more of an issue than it has in the past, and I don't know if it's lithium batteries or what your opinion is on what's kind of contributing to that. I think it's important for everybody to understand the amount of drought that we're in as a state, not just Hernando County. And listen, take this stuff seriously, because I think one of the big brush fires was caused by a mower, right? A residential lawnmower caused that. So, I mean, I don't know how you get away with not mowing your lawn and something like that happening, but just considering that it was just accidental, it wasn't somebody burning something or throwing out garbage out of their car.
Yeah, to expand on the brush fire, that fire you're referring to, I think was 60 acres in a dry lake bed or around the lake bed in a residential neighborhood in Spring Hill. Had another one, I think it was about 40 acres the week before in Spring Hill. So those are pretty scary for the residents. The crews, to your point, are doing a great job. They're aggressive firemen trying to get ahead of it and putting good work in before forestry sends their cavalry as well. So they are doing a great job. We're hoping to stay on that path, being aggressive, getting small fires put out quickly before something gets bigger, which, the fire threat and the potential is there. Hopefully Mother Nature cooperates with us, but some of the meteorologists are saying, because everything's already dry because of the frost and the freeze, that's going to be laying around for quite some time, and they're not expecting a lot of rainfall. I saw some maybe next weekend too, that maybe we get a little bit more. That'll certainly help, but everything dry, dead, laying around isn't helping. As far as other fires, yes, this fire department is busy. We're busy every day. EMS calls, car wrecks. You see the traffic on the roadways, and we certainly encourage, and there's all kinds of different programs. Stay off your phones, pay attention, slow down, give extra time. As far as the residential fires, it's across the spectrum of causes. We have had some lithium-ion battery fires in garages, whether it's from charging a tool or a remote control airplane. We had some of those batteries. That's not the only cause. I think yesterday or the day before was a kitchen fire, so unattended kitchen cooking where a fire gets away. So those are all fire prevention education things that we try to push out and through the schools and social media. And then we've had several. One, I think I emailed the commission. Well, maybe I didn't, but 2 Friday nights ago, I think we had 3 residential fires and 2 brush fires at the same time, and there was, I think, 4 chief officers, including myself, on fires till 7 o'clock at night on that Friday. And one was from an outdoor kitchen that got up into the soffit and into the attic of the house. Another one was a car fire in the carport attached to the house. They got into that. So all kinds of different causes. Fire prevention, education, people paying attention, and being smart is important as well.
Yeah, Commissioner Hawkins, to your point about the lawnmower. So I don't know if we're still under it, but I saw the warning for the red flag warning. And one of the recommendations was, you know, if you don't have to mow your yard, don't, you know. And that's when we have obviously dry conditions, drought conditions, low humidity, and, you know, extreme wind. You know, so if you can delay that when we're under those red flag warnings, it would help. So, you know, we just ask the residents just pay attention to those notices and those alerts, and adhere to them, you know, whenever possible. Commissioner Champion.
Thank you. I just want to say good job communicating the danger we have with the drought. And if there's one thing social media is good for, is spreading the word on that, because I really believe everyone knows, most people know at least, that there's a burn ban in place. So that's a good thing. I mean, according to the weather report, it says 90% rain Friday and Saturday. I know that's not enough, but any rain is good rain. I know the other day we had the rain, the pollen. Oh, the pollen's out of control. I don't know about you guys with your allergies. Mine are out of control, and it was so much pollen when it rained. My whole driveway was yellow, just a wash out from all the pollen. So there's multiple reasons we need rain. And then I don't know if the administrator or later on if we talk about the lakes and stuff, there's a lot of people spreading misinformation about certain lakes that aren't spring fed. Obviously, if there's a drought, they're going to dry up some. They're not going to be sitting there nice and full. Now, if they're spring fed, maybe we don't have as big of an issue, but there's several that are not.
I'll answer even if they're spring flood. The spring flow is 99% dependent on rainfall.
Okay.
And so I'm sure that the spring flows and the river flows are all down right now. Thus, aquifer levels are down, and the next thing that'll happen will probably be sinkholes. And so with that happening, so hopefully not. But
get some rain.
So yes, I'm sure all the lakes are drowning up no matter what the weather source is. So yep.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Amsler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chief, for everything you're doing and the men and women of the fire rescue are doing. I agree with Commissioner Hawkins. I'm like, has there, always been these many occurrences of fire and brush fires, house fires, vehicle fires? Obviously, we're in a drought, so we're seeing more, but it's so many. So I'm amazed at what our men and women are doing out in the field and at their responses and what the work they're putting in to save property and lives. God bless them. Is there anything else that we can be doing?
Like, how do I say this? And
I mean, the answer is probably no, right? Like,
oh yeah.
But
main priority
we have
is
to ask the question, right? Do the public safety done? Public safety is always our number one.
Yeah, can we do more? Sure, we can. You know, and more costs money.
Yeah.
We have we have a great community risk reduction program. Nicole's doing a great job at all these events and in the schools. Can I add more staff? Sure. Can I add more stations and fire trucks? We're already talking about that.
We have great outreach programs.
And to the credit of the men and women of the fire department, they're doing a lot of work
above and beyond. Right.
They are busy. We know they're busy. We're giving them the tools, equipment, the training. That's important to help them be successful and take care of the community. And we're always looking at what's next or what can we do a little bit more as far as education, social media, and different events. Yeah.
I'm just thinking I never want to be like I never want to look around and all of a sudden Nando's leading the pack in like fires per year, right? So that's just kind of what I'm looking at. But I just want to thank you and thank your people. Please pass that along. And obviously, you have my motion to continue this. I know Commissioner Lockwood may have a comment.
Yeah, I don't think you need any action.
No. Okay.
Just, we'll keep it in effect until it's time to rescind it. Then there'll be a vote.
Commissioner Locko.
Thank you. So, listen, we're talking about the lakes. This is not unique to Hernando County. When we had our meeting with forestry, they said there are drought conditions up into the Carolinas. This is a regional issue right now. But, when we talk about the different things that are causing it, lithium-ion batteries, people forget and they leave these things on chargers forever. All right. One of the dumbest things you can do is get your battery off the charger. Don't leave it sitting on the charger. things that we think of make our lives a lot easier. Like a lot of, now we can have, you have connected homes, and then you can go ahead and you turn on your stove or you turn on your dryer or whatever while you're not home, so that it's ready when you get there. But if there's nobody home and something goes wrong, these are things that we're so used to convenience that we're making higher risk decisions than we probably should be. Cleaning out dryer. I know I blow out my ductwork for my dryer probably twice a year. People, when was the last time you did that? Things like that really can cause it. The other thing that I see, and I'm shocked that we haven't had more of these, is the low clearance vehicles parking on grass. It's like it's kindling already, and now you're taking your car with 3 inches worth of clearance and parking it on top of grass, and wondering why they have just things like that. We have to start thinking a little bit more about. With the lawnmower, you hit a rock and it causes a spark, and there you go. It's so many little things like that. But just got to start thinking and making better decisions. A lot of times, Florida is just so moist that we get away with doing stupid things, but we're not in that situation right now. And I appreciate the men and women who are at the fire department and our first responders across the county who are doing a great job. Keep it up. Hopefully we'll start to reduce the unnecessary events.
Yeah, another example is trailer chains hanging and dragging, sparking. That's another thing. But I certainly appreciate all of you getting the message out on the radio and social media and sharing. I think we're getting to the point where everybody's probably pretty well aware they shouldn't be burning anything and trying to reduce the threat. One of the meteorologists, I think he said that later this fall we'll hopefully get in an El Nino pattern, so we might have extra water next winter. So that's the direction we're going, they say.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Our full support. All right, going to open up for public comment on item F. Anybody in the public like to speak on item F? Seeing none, closing public comment. We're on to item G, the consent agenda. I know we have representatives here for G9 and G10.
Motion to approve all.
Second.
Motion to approve all by Commissioner Laco, second by Commissioner Amsler. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Commissioner Hawkins.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just some clarification on the Duke easement at the Dennis Wilfong Center. Where are we with the easement with Explorer Boulevard?
I was going to bring it up later.
I mean, we can bring it up later or whatever. I know it's not part of the agenda. I just want to make sure that we're working towards that, and it's not getting stalled by Duke, and we're continuing to work with them. So
It is. Thought we were very close on an agreement with us and Duke and the school board. There was a letter with that said Duke had no objection for like a year of building in the easement for widening that roadway. I think the school wanted longer than a year guarantee, and so now we are back on creating another document between Duke. An encroachment agreement, which we were at over like a year or something ago. We were trying to make an encroachment agreement with Duke so that basically you can encroach into the right of way and build this road, widen this roadway for Explorer Boulevard. And that now is back in Duke's court between the school board's attorney and the developer and Duke. And so waiting on Duke's response. So I thought we were really close on having this done a couple months ago, and I honestly think we are. We've taken a few steps backwards. Now we, based on, it's a tough situation on everybody giving up everybody agreeing to work together for long period of times, and these agreements are only for like a year, and saying it's gonna take longer than a year to build a road, and so we're gonna have to agree next year that we can still build a road in the right of way for the power line. The agreement's only 1 year, and so that's kind of what it got stuck at, is the school board wanted longer than a year. And so now we went backwards a little bit on this, and so we're now currently the developer is waiting on Duke to respond, but I know that they're working on it. But
okay.
So I don't have any great hopes of it being done anytime really quickly now.
All right. Thank you, sir. All right, we're going to move to G9, a resolution proclaiming March 2026 as Development Disabilities Awareness Month. I'm going to ask the CEO of Possibility, Wayne Cordova, to come to the podium, and if Mrs. Dye would like to join him, that would be great as well.
Oh, wait.
Welcome, sir.
Oh. Sorry, I didn't
No
stop.
problem.
You can hold it up though if you want to show.
Yeah, definitely.
Sorry.
Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning. Wayne Cordova, CEO and co-founder of Possibility. I just wanted to share a photo of those that can't be here today. My wife, Tina Cordova, and my daughter, Emily Cordova. I'll draw reference to them in just a little bit after I do my thank you remarks. I just want to say good morning and thank you to the Hernando County Board of Commissioners for this proclamation recognizing Developmental Disability Awareness Month. We are truly grateful for the attention you're giving to this important issue and to the families in our community who live this reality every single day. I'm honored to accept this on behalf of Possibility and especially on behalf of our Chief Inspiration Officer, my daughter, Emily Cordova. Emily reminds us daily that disability inclusion is not just a concept, it's a commitment. It's about creating spaces where every individual is seen, valued, and truly welcomed. She inspires everything we do and represents so many families who simply want opportunity, connection, and community for their children. I also want to take a moment to recognize our Executive Director, Tina Cordova. Tina somehow manages to do it all, serving as a community leader locally and at the state level through her work with the governor-appointed Florida Developmental Disabilities Council, while also co-founding Possibility and leading the creation and execution of programs that serve families week after week. She does all of this as a medical mama who has spent weeks at a time at the hospital without leaving her daughter's side, yet still shows up to advocate for others as well. She represents the strength, dedication, and heart of parents across our community. At Possibility, our mission is to provide positive opportunities to support the families affected by disability through our impact programs and events. Those core values, inclusion, ministry, play, advocacy, community, and training guide everything we do and continue to shape how we serve Hernando County. We're also excited about the future. Possibilities is actively expanding our teen programs and have plans to grow laterally by opening the space next to Emily's Clubhouse as a dedicated teen center, creating even more opportunities for connection, skill building, and belonging for teens affected by disability. As Hernando County continues to grow and plan for the future, we ask that disability inclusion remain part of that vision in recreation, community spaces, and public planning, so every family knows they have a place here. Thank you again for this recognition, for your continued support, and for helping us build a community where everyone belongs.
Awesome. Mrs. Dye? You don't have to say anything. I just want to give you the opportunity if you did. Okay, great. Commissioner Lockout.
Thank you both for being here. Thank you for forever reminding everybody how cold it was on this day in Florida and you're wearing a heavy jacket. But I appreciate all you do. I mean, listen, I spent a good part of my adult life working as a physical therapist with people of all different types of conditions, some of them with permanent disabilities. We have an orthopedic surgeon in the room who will be getting up at the next resolution as well, I think. So we appreciate what you do and that space that you fill that was kind of a vacuum for a long time. And obviously, you know, the Lord had a special event in your life that you're turning into something that's changing a lot of lives. And I think that's awesome, you know, because we can be victims or we can be victors. And I would definitely say Possibility is creating victors. So thank you.
So obviously send our love to Miss Emily and Tina. We're sorry they couldn't be here, but we understand. We're happy to have you, and we're happy to have wonderful volunteers like Karen here, and all those other volunteers that make your day-to-day events that you put on wonderful events. I think this weekend you just had a mom prom. It was super successful fundraiser for the important work that you do. So thank you for everything you do. 20 years, you know, in our community, you know, just loving on people. And so, you know, thank you for that. I'm super excited. I've been able to see some of the work that you've done with the teens, and super excited about that program getting kicked off. Super excited about you being able to expand in the current space you're in, and you just wonderful things happening. I couldn't believe in your mission more. And so I just really, really appreciate organizations like yours in our community. It's an important mission that you have. So thank you. Anybody else? All right. Commissioner Amsler is going to read the resolution.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How are you both doing? Thank you for being here. Whereas Development Disabilities Awareness Month is a time for us to come together as a community to acknowledge and celebrate the diversity and abilities of all individuals regardless of developmental disabilities. And whereas the Board of County Commissioners recognizes the importance of raising awareness and promoting understanding of developmental disabilities to create more inclusive and welcoming community for everyone. And whereas organizations like Possibility Inc. are dedicated to providing positive opportunities of support to families affected by disability, fostering a culture of inclusion, ministry, play, advocacy, community, and training. And whereas the Board of County Commissioners believes that every individual deserves the opportunity to lead a fulfilling life, pursue their dreams, and contribute to the betterment of our community. And whereas the Board of County Commissioners pledges their commitment to raising awareness about developmental disabilities and the importance of inclusion, celebrating the unique abilities and contributions of individuals with developmental disabilities, supporting organizations like Possibility Inc. in their mission to provide positive opportunities of support for families affected by disability, promoting programs and initiatives that enhance the quality of life for all members of our community. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Board of Hernando County Commissioners as follows. Section 1, the Board of County Commissioners hereby proclaim March 2026 as Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month in Hernando County. Section 2, the Board of County Commissioners urges all residents of Hernando County to join us in recognizing the value and potential of every individual regardless of developmental disabilities, not only in the month of March, but throughout the year. And Section 3, the Board of County Commissioners urges all citizens of Hernando County to work together to build a more inclusive and accessible community where all can thrive. Adopted regular sessions 24th day of February 2026 AD.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations and thank you.
Thank you, sir. So no doubt the Cordova family and Possibility has made an enormous impact on this space. I just wanted to give it the board and the community just an understanding how great the need really is. Over 1 billion people worldwide have a disability. Over 400,000 children in Florida have a disability. And in our three-county area, Hernando, Pasco, and Citrus, over 17,000 children have disabilities. Administrator Rogers.
I wanted to, Wayne, thank you for everything you do, and we've talked about this many times, but you really have affected the county government in a lot of the projects we do. We do a better job making sure we look out for those with disabilities. Just recently, we're doing the rebuilding of the tower board at the Linda Patterson Park. When the design is starting to go forward, and there's, we're looking at how does that work for individuals with disability, right? So previously, nothing, right? So is there an option for Explorer? What are we doing? So there's a discussion being made so that in that Weeki Preserve Park, that bridge getting into there, I was at the preserve this weekend, and individuals with disabilities have limited access in there, right? In the future, it won't be that way in Hernando County. So I appreciate you. And then on that remark, there is a lot more. It's even at my church, we just have a whole new sensory room we're building, right, just for individuals that have disabilities, and there's a lot of I'm not sure why, but a lot of individuals that have that, and when we're aware of it now. So thank you for shining a light on the individual's disability and making sure that we take care of them. So thank you.
That's one of the. I appreciate you, Mr. Rogers, for mentioning that. It's one of the things services that possibility will come out to your organization and help take a look. They've done that at our church, Northcliffe Church.
Okay, maybe I need to call you. Okay.
Yeah, they'll come out and they'll take a look and
Okay.
kind of
Right now. Yeah.
say, hey, this is what we're looking for. This is what would benefit,
Okay.
People with disabilities, and take a deeper look. Because sometimes it's just out of sight, out of mind. If you're not experiencing it yourself, sometimes you don't, look at it. So you look at it in a different light, and that's one of the services I believe that you would be happy to do, right?
Well, I talk about it all the time. My daughter's 15 now, and 15 years ago, I firmly believe that the prescription on my glasses changed because I see the world differently. And so that's just kind of how we approach it, in all aspects. And we talk with churches, community organizations, clubs, anyone who's looking to make their business more accessible and inclusive to individuals with disabilities, regardless of what their diagnosis is. And I really do appreciate the support of the county commission. I've felt it ever since we started our work here, and it's a growing work. It's not just possibility, but it's the Arc of the Nature Coast. It's the Lighthouse for the Visually Impaired. It's even new organizations like Autism Everywhere. And there's some great organizations in our county. As we continue to grow, more and more individuals are moving to this county, and if 1 in 6 families has an individual with a disability in it, we have a lot of growing to continue to do. It's one of the one people groups that's always accepting new applications. If you're not disabled now, it could happen at some point as you get older. And so it's always something to keep in mind. So we really do appreciate the support, and anytime we're able to help, we're there.
Fantastic. Fantastic. All right, let's get a picture.
Thank you, sir.
One, two, three. Thank you. And then I'm gonna get one. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
He's showing his artwork.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Good to see you.
Thanks so much.
I started yesterday back on it again.
Yeah, appreciate you.
Got 13 pounds.
Everything's a little tight. Shirt's pulling out.
Exactly.
I don't want to call a girl over and say I need a whole wardrobe.
It's expensive. She knows how to sell it too, man.
All right, gonna open it up for public comment. Anybody from the public like to speak on any of the items in G1 through 10? Seeing none, closing public comment. And we are on. Oh, we do have a resolution. Another resolution. I'm sorry.
Dr. Higgins, if you would, please come forward.
Thank you. Sorry about that, sir.
Resolution proclaiming March 2026 as Irish American Heritage Month. So the floor is yours.
Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you for entertaining us. I'm Dr. Mike Higgins, orthopedic surgeon. Back in 2013, I started the American Ancient Order of Hibernians. It's an Irish Catholic fraternal group that works on charity, unity, and Christian fellowship. My son is with me. He's our state organizer, and he's our county financial guy. I don't do numbers. I come to you thanking you for proclaiming March as Irish American Heritage Month. I think, I'm American first, Irish always, and I think March, everybody becomes Irish to some way, shape, or form. So I appreciate you entertaining us. We raise money for the Dawn Center, for scholarships for kids going to Catholic education, any community service that anybody needs. We have a broad group of gentlemen that are willing to help, except for mowing lawns right now. But we're always available. I'm the contact person, so people can contact me through the office. We recently relocated to St. Francis Cabrini, and March 7th we're having our St. Patrick's Day party. My son is 21st in the world for Irish dancing, and he'll be there with the other professional Irish dancers. So thank you once again.
Man, we could have had a whole Irish dance planned.
You could have. We've been here a while.
Pay for that now.
Yes. So Ed spent 2 years at the River Dance Camp up in New York, and has been in Worlds in Scotland, Ireland, and this year Worlds are in Chicago, if it still exists. So we'll be there.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Very cool. Commissioner Olaco.
Doc, it's great seeing you.
You too.
Appreciate seeing your exploits in dance on social media frequently. It's pretty impressive. It's amazing when you think about how big a culture, how much the Irish culture has spread, from where it starts, right? When you think about it, I grew up in a town that I was a dyslexic Irish. I had the O on the wrong end of my name in my community, but we had so many Irish in the community that I lived in. They actually had shamrocks on the main highway getting to where the fairgrounds were. You know where I'm talking about. And it's quite interesting, and so it's funny how everything comes back around again. You run into the same people that you bump into in different places, and it's nice to see that you said that I'm American first, but you're always going to be Irish, and that's important for us to remember that and have that spirit while we're here. Remember your ancestry, but also be grateful for where you are.
Absolutely.
And appreciate you coming here today.
The gentleman that helped start the group, his name is Joe LaGuardia. So, one of the requirements of being in our group is you either have to be Irish by your mother or from Ireland, or you just happen to like Irish people. So, that's all.
Everybody.
It's pretty much all inclusive.
Yeah, that's great. Commissioner Champion.
Thank you. It's great to put the face with the name because you're famous. You're on the radio all the time. Dr. Higgins, all I hear is commercials over and over and over again. So that's you do a good job marketing. Great job. And I'd be willing to bet that I don't know if you guys have ever done ancestry DNA and all that, but I have a small percentage of Irish, mostly Great Britain. It was like 49%, but it was like 16% Irish, something like that. But I bet you we're all a little bit. You never know. I mean, the Irish helped build this country, that's for sure. And a lot of the first immigrants were a lot of the Irish, and we're all mixed up probably with Irish. I'd be willing to bet.
Especially this month.
Thanks for all you do. Appreciate it.
Awesome. Commissioner Hawkins?
Yeah, so I'll read the resolution. Whereas by 1776, nearly 300,000 natives of Ireland had immigrated to the American colonies and played a crucial role in America's war for independence. And whereas at least 5 signers of the Declaration of Independence were of Irish descent, and 3 signers were Irish born, and 22 presidents of the United States have proudly proclaimed their Irish American heritage. And whereas in 1792, Irish-born James Hoban provided the architectural plans for the White House and served as one of the supervising architects for the Constitution of the Capitol construction of the Capitol. And whereas in 1813, Captain Oliver Perry, an Irish-American, achieved a major naval victory in the Battle of Lake Erie during the War of 1812. And whereas in 1942, the 5 Sullivan brothers made the ultimate sacrifice for democracy and freedom during the naval battle of Guadalcanal, and later had the destroyer USS Sullivan commissioned in their memory. And whereas since America's inception, Irish Americans have provided and continue to provide leadership and service to this nation's political, business, and religious establishments. And whereas it is fitting and proper to celebrate the rich cultural heritage of Irish Americans and the valuable contributions they have made. Now, therefore, be resolved by the Hernando County Board of County Commissioners as follows. Section 1. The Board of County Commissioners hereby proclaims March 2026 as Irish American Heritage Month in Hernando County. In Section 2, the Board of County Commissioners hereby encourages all its citizens to join with the ancient order of Hibernians of Hernando County in celebration and support of Irish American Heritage Month with appropriate ceremonies, activities, and programs adopted in regular session this 24th day of February 2026. And I know my grandmother's very proud that I read this today because she is 100% Irish. Her parents actually immigrated from Ireland. So, thank you for what you do within the community, not only in your professional life, but also in your service life. So thank you again, sir. And if you'd like, we come down and take a picture.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
2, 3. Thank you.
Thank you. See you later, buddy. Yes.
Doc, thanks for being here.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
All right, thank you so much.
Oh, I always forget.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're on to item H, correspondence to note.
No comments?
All right, seeing nothing from the board. Public comment on items H, 1 or 2. Any public comment on items H, 1 or 2? Seeing none, closing public comment. We're going to be in recess for 10 minutes. 10:50 we'll be back.
I always forget. that I coached. I'm gonna go see her.
All right, 10:50, we're back in session. We're on item I, County Attorney John Jobin.
Yes, this is another certificate of public need and necessity renewal. This is a application. Grab the name. Renew application from MedTrans Corporation, which is a division of Global Medical Response. This is for renewal. They operate a single helicopter out of the airport for medical transport. They've been a member in good standing of having a CPOCN for some time, and they're simply moving for renewal. They've met all the requirements statutorily for the renewal.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion to approve from Commissioner Hawkins, a second by Commissioner Amsler. Anybody from the public like to speak on item J? All right, we're closing public comment. Back to the board. Any other comments?
No.
All right, we'll go to vote. All in favor?
Clarification, sir. Item I.
Yes. Item I. What did I say?
J.
Oh, I'm sorry. Anybody from the public like to speak on item I? Hearing none, closing public comment. Back to the board. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. All right, we're on to item J, Management and Budget Director Aaron Doran.
Good afternoon. This is the budget amendment transferring funds from the opioid settlement reserve account to various opioid settlement accounts to be expensed.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Got a motion for approval by Commissioner Amsler, a second by Commissioner Hawkins. Anybody from the public like to speak on item J? Seeing none, back to the closing public comment. Yes, sir. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Just for the clarification for the citizens out there, how much is it? Where is the money going? If you could just give a quick recap.
Sure. So the total being moved is $774,920. It is currently in reserve. So as the funding has been coming in, they have been putting it in the reserve account. And speaking with Director Ramirez, she said that those projects have now been selected. So the funding is being moved out of reserve into the appropriate account. The majority of it, $720,470, is going into the aid to private organizations account to be given out. And the rest of the accounts are for admin costs for them to oversee that program.
So is there stipulations tied to this money where you have to use it certain places and that?
There are, and it is attached to the item. It's quite lengthy, but it is there.
I know it's there. I just, for the public's sake, I want to make sure that they know it's transparent, where the money's going, what it's used for, that kind of stuff.
Yes,
Okay,
there
thank
are
you.
requirements to that agreement.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Any further board comment on item J? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. We're on to item K, Director of Procurement and Strategic Initiatives, Carla Rossiter-Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Today, Commissioners, I have for you items K1 through 3. Commissioners, item K1 is an update on American Rescue Plan Act, also known as ARPA funds, obligations, and a discussion regarding the reallocation and expenditure of previously obligated ARPA funds. As a reminder to the board and to the citizens, Hernando County received a total of $37,666,688 in ARPA funds in 2021 and also in 2022. Those funds were required to be obligated by the United States Treasury by December 31st, 2024. Hernando County did meet that obligation deadline. In addition to the obligation deadline, there is an expenditure deadline of December 31st, 2026. The board has the opportunity to take previously obligated funds and reallocate them or reobligate them to existing projects that were obligated by the 2024 deadline. However, those funds cannot be allocated to new projects. So the item before the board today, again, is a discussion on the reallocation and expenditure of previously obligated funds in the amount of $3,182,971. Commissioners, those funds are comprised of an estimated $277,775 in funds previously obligated to utilities projects that are not expected to be expended by the due by date.
Taking pictures of it.
We got music.
In addition,
Explain that ringtone later.
There's been a couple other presentations. I'd like to hear that.
But Jobin's got some secrets.
Say hello.
Sorry.
Pardon that brief
yes, no
interruption.
problem, no problem. All right. Thank you, Attorney Jobin. Additionally, those funds are comprised of the $250,000 that were obligated to Community Food Bank for costs related to construction that are no longer proceeding, and then the balance of that $2,655,196 was obligated by the board for disaster-related relief. Staff has made a recommendation to the board, and that is before you in the item. The recommendation is that the funds previously obligated for utilities projects be re-obligated to the Killian Utilities Project. That project was again previously obligated by the board, but not at the full amount, so there is still opportunity to allocate some funds to that, and that the recommendation before you is to take the $277,775 and obligate those to the Killian project. The balance of it would be in disaster-related relief, where there would be a reimbursement to the school district in the amount of $1,227,670 for hardening of Eastside Elementary. That is making the school eligible to serve as a shelter in future storms. The required match for FEMA reimbursement, which is at 12.5%, it's $608,000. In addition, reimbursement to the county for the waiver of citizen tipping fees during Helene and Milton in the amount of $800,000. Waterways modular building, to purchase the modular building and then also have it installed in the estimated amount of $100,000. Some disaster management software for future storms, to prepare for future storms in the amount of $100,000. And then there is $69,526 being recommended just to hold is kind of a miscellaneous for any unexpected expenditures related to FEMA reimbursement or any denials related to FEMA reimbursement. And that in totality would be the $3,182,971 for discussion today.
Thank you. Commissioner Hamster.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is this purely a spend on the county side to prepare for hurricane preparedness on the east side of the county? I believe what Challenger is our current shelter for hurricanes, the school system.
So the school, so we don't have a shelter on the east side of the county. We have the school on the east side of the county, Eastside Elementary, was upgraded. There is a law that schools, if there is a deficiency in shelters in an area, that when schools upgrade their buildings, they require to build part of that to a hurricane center. So the school upgraded the cafeteria, they expanded and built a higher cafeteria on the east side of the county, and they hardened that structure. Therefore, we could use that structure on the east side for individuals when storms come through. Currently, those individuals have to come all the way to Brooksville for our shelter. So the school did spend $1.2 million of their dollars in that. The request was a possibility for you to consider is reimbursing the schools on these dollars for hardening that building.
Okay, so the school district spent.
They've already done it, and so this is a 1 point. This is
to harden it up.
This is just the hardening cost. This is not the building the cost. This is just the additional cost that we have a backup invoice for the hardening. And the other thing, just remember this board, these dollars have been going on for a long time. The Congress last year passed law that all funds are being returned to the Congress, right? And so any unspent dollars, and then you can't allocate anything new. They stopped. Basically, they said at that time, whatever you had allocated, whatever the projects you had allocated, is what you can spend dollars on. That law came through last year in federal Congress, and then you had to spend those dollars by the end of this year, December 31st, I think. And anything that's not spent on those existing projects would need to be returned to the federal government, right? And so the reason we're here today is that there were some projects that obviously that maybe end up maybe not spend all the dollars, and we're reallocating those dollars to existing projects that we had, they did say you could reallocate your dollars to projects that have already been approved by federal government for these dollars that you're getting from the federal government. So that's why East Elementary is a hurricane response disaster program, and so the easiest way to do it is you could spend dollars on things that you've done in your community for a disaster response, and that's why the school building is available by Treasury to be responded to.
So this basically, it couldn't be a new project. So it really limits our scope, is what I'm hearing.
You really can't
and
add
this is
anything
maybe
less.
the best,
It really has to be something that is caused by the storm response in the county. Is the only thing that we could add on the table today, that if there's something out there that we need to do, i.e. like the waterways modular building. So that building got destroyed. We actually just knocked it down yesterday. We're knocking the other house down today, I think, and we have to buy a modular building because we have no location for those employees, and so the county is going to spend general fund dollars and buy that modular building. So that's why that project could be added for you if you consider, and also the tipping fees for the whole county benefited during the storm that the board decided not to charge tipping fees at the landfill. That is an enterprise fund, as you know, funded by the everybody that uses the landfill. The board has to pay that back. We thought we were going to get, FEMA owes us like $18 million. All the expenses that we did, we got $7 million back. I don't have a lot of confidence any longer. It's been so long, and a lot of changes in the federal government, that FEMA is going to reimburse any of those funds coming forward. If it is, they've already said they're reimbursing at a lower percentage, so we're not going to get all of it. And if you do, you have to pay this 12.5% match. It's in there anyway, too, that we have to pay that anyway to the government. So we recommend that $800,000 be paid out of this, or we will most likely pay it up in this new budget. We will have to pay it to make the solid waste fund free. So that $800,000, board, we think that is a debt that this board will pay next year's budget out of the general fund. So we can pay that here. And then the other projects is some ideas to spend, that software. We need to maintain that software for disaster recovery houses that we're still going through, and so that's what that costs. That's general fund cost also. That benefits all the taxpayers if we pay it out of here. I hope that helps, sir.
Thank you. Commissioner Amsler.
Thanks, sir. I asked that question, obviously. I get nervous when we're talking about redirecting the people's money into the school system, which obviously we don't control their scenario or their spending, but obviously this is a different item when it comes to infrastructure allocated for storm relief. The other two items look pretty standard, although ironic with approving mowing contracts today with the current fire situation. I just hope the mowing contracts are with contractors. It looks like they're brand new companies, maybe, that we're working with. I know we had some troubles in the past. I don't want to, it's probably always some issues there with large mowing contracts, but hopefully we're doing the best we can on. Remember, I think it was last year we had some issues with some mowers.
I do recall, sir, and those are not the mowers in question here. Okay. One is an incumbent, and the other is a newer Woody. Yes, okay. But those are not these folks, to my knowledge. So.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Alaco.
Thank you. So we had a long discussion a few weeks ago about not having sports fields for adults. Okay, and one of the reasons why we can't use the fields out on the east side is because it was used for debris from the storm. So is it not possible to use some of this money to mitigate that field from the damages or from the storm debris that were on there, so that we can then use it once again for a sports field?
You answer, then I'll give the details. Is it possible?
So potentially possible. I think where you would probably run into an issue, Commissioner Alaco, is the time frame, because it would have to be expended by December 31st, 2026. How long does it take
to get somebody out there with a tractors?
That's where I'd have to ask, because I believe there's requirements in terms of pollution and all of those things. I do not know. That have to be evidenced. So
we have a quote.
Scrape the field down, bring in some new soil, and
that's what I think too.
Chris Linsbeck, Community Services Director. We have verified that we can get it done before December.
You can.
All right. To me, it takes care of a couple of problems right there. We clean up the disaster mitigation, And then we can provide those fields that we're severely lacking in our parks so that we can use them out there. All right.
Take it out of. So then, yeah, the cost for that, appreciate you bringing that up, a couple days ago, so I think wasn't, we've been working on that. That good idea. It's 158,000, is the last quote that I have to, that's basically to make a field that's, we can do like a patch job and just throw some grass seed up, but to grade it and have a real field that's going to maintain is 158,000 with a contractor. We had a quote, staff got a quote from a contractor over the weekend on this. So, what I would need, I guess, Carla, is we got to do the math is how to take this out of this. You have the 69,000 that's miscellaneous, and then basically remove one of the other ones, either the software, the modular building, or reduce the
tipping fee.
Tipping fees or school match.
I mean, if we reduce the tipping fees by a little bit, they're still getting, 80% plus of the tipping fees replaced or reimbursed. It's just, it's we're going to pay for it one way or the other. If we can get disaster mitigation to help funds to fix the field that was damaged because of debris, then I think it makes sense.
So we could reduce it by the amount of the board's direction. The contract would have to come back before the board before award anyway. The amount of 158,000 means we have to take it out to bid. So that would have to come back to the board for approval.
Okay.
And then at that time we would know the exact amount and could reduce it again at the board's direction by whichever categories were recommended by the board.
So what are you recommending we do today?
We should approve it all with just hold one of them where the money's going to come from, right? Because you want to move on the rest of these. Well, these things are all going to work out during the year, right?
It's actually, so the whole amount under disaster relief. So if you wanted to leave that sort of that bulk of that amount under disaster relief that you see before you, so that. Then we could certainly do that, and then it would just be if you all direct, any funds remaining, or I'm sorry, my apologies, any funds remaining after award of the contract for the clearing or cleaning of the land, you could say which category you wish to allocate those to, and then we could certainly do that. So in other words, you would have 69,000 there in miscellaneous. We could just eliminate that. And then either the modular building or disaster management software, and then anything remaining we could leave in. Software would probably be an easy one. We could leave remaining in software. That would cover, it sounds like, the estimated amount for the site.
Thank you. Commissioner Hawkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Why wouldn't we use Commissioner Laco's idea about the tipping fees? Does that have to become whole?
Yes.
Okay. Then I like the recommendation that you made then.
Okay.
I'm fine with that.
So we will go as approved on here.
So basically, I'll make a motion to approve leaving the miscellaneous disaster relief pending further FEMA review and the disaster management software as funds available for the cleanup of the field at Eastside.
Okay, I got a motion for K1.
Second.
I got a second by Commissioner Alaco. All right, we're going to open it up to the public on K1. Anybody from the public like to speak on item K1? Ms. Green? Please state your name, spell your last name. You have 3 minutes.
Connie Green, Green, and I need more than 3 minutes. I asked for this agenda item from Mr. Rogers. He said it would be placed on the agenda. And what I have to discuss needs more than 3 minutes. And I need more. And Mr. Rogers knows that. He said this would be an agenda item. And I see other people coming up here with their agenda on the agenda items, and they're taking more than 3 minutes. You didn't tell them they have 3 minutes, but you're telling me. I want to know why is that.
Okay, ma'am. During public comment, everybody that comes to that podium has 3 minutes.
Yeah, but I'm not a public comment.
You are a public comment, ma'am.
not a.
I will
Mr.
restart your time. You'll have 3 minutes.
Well, I'm going to spend my 3 minutes saying that I have discussed this email back and forth with Mr. Rogers to put this on an agenda item in reference to the $250,000 that was going to be donated to the Rise Food Bank. And I asked Mr. Rogers if he would put this on the agenda so it can be discussed. He said it would. Now, if he did not put this on the agenda like it should be for me to bring forth here, he's looking like he's totally confused right now, and I don't appreciate it. Given 3 minutes, I asked for this to be on the agenda. You said it was. You even sent me an email saying it would be K1, but I had a hard time finding it because it's kind of it's inside something else, and I don't appreciate the runaround. That's all I have to say. I'm being disrespected, and Mr. Rogers knows that I asked to be on the agenda, and I don't appreciate the way I'm being treated here today by Mr. Rogers, and he knows full well Mr. Champion has been CC'd on all these emails, and he knows I asked for agenda. So I would like an explanation from Mr. Rogers.
You have another minute and a
No,
half. Would
I
you
don't
like to
want
take it?
another minute. I need an explanation
Okay.
from Mr. Rogers.
Okay, have a seat, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else from the public like to speak on item K1? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Back to the board. Administrator Rogers.
You can go ahead.
Okay.
I was just going to say that you
Okay.
can discuss the reasons why the questions she was answering and stuff. I mean, asking and that.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I was going to come to you as well.
I just want to say before, so he can. You mind if I speak?
No, please.
All right. You know, I did see all the emails, and I did see some of the staff responses, and I don't know what the rules are, and it sounds like we were just talking about there's certain rules where this money has to go, and I know that Ms. Green and others in South Brooksville believe that some of this fund should be used down there so we'll let Mr. Rogers explain that, but I did see your emails, and I did see some of the response from staff, so if we can clarify what this money can be used for, because I think there's a difference of opinion coming from South Brooksville.
Commissioner Lockout.
Yeah, I saw a few emails that came through, and it looked like the request was to take this and then use it to improve private property. Right, that's what I thought. I said something about roofs and doors and windows and stuff like that, and the difference Rise was for the whole community, wasn't for individual property improvements. So, I mean, if that's what we're talking about, I'm just as confused as everybody else seems to be right now, but that's the only emails that I saw, and clearly you can't use this to improve someone's private property.
Thank you, sir. Administrator Rogers.
Couple topics. So one, the funding, to be real clear, ARPA funds only used for items that have been designated by the board in previous years. And so the request from Ms. Green that we got last week was a spreadsheet with housing repairs that were needed and some houses that she's aware of. These dollars can't be used just for housing repairs for just an everyday house that needs some a roof or a windows being done. These funds are not allocated for that, so that doesn't meet those guidelines. Hence, and also we're way far at the end of the project here. I mentioned you can't add a new project if there was a way to do that. You can't. The legislature and the Congress said last year they went back and stopped any more of the spending of these dollars. So these dollars can't be allocated at that point. There are other programs which I provided Ms. Green. Our county has a program, owner-occupied rehab program, an amazing program for anybody who's listening, that if you own a property and you live in it, and your income level is there's income level limitations, but it's pretty high, I'll tell you. My thoughts in Hernando County, but we can possibly come in and look at your house and help you with repairs, and whether that's helping you repair your roof, some AC, some windows, some ADA issues. We have an amazing program that's state funded out of housing dollars that we do that with. Youth Thrive also has a program for helping. Sometimes there's a program if they get federal dollars, those are kind of, I think those might be slowing up right now, but those are programs. Now, as for this agenda item, the request understood was this agenda item, this ARPA dollars that we had previously allocated to a project that was approved by the board a couple years ago, because a nonprofit organization wanted to spend about $3 million in creating a community center and food bank distribution warehouse on a property that the county had. And so because of the ability, because ARPA dollars is there a response to happen because of COVID, right? And so that's what because of the outreach in the community and providing those resources to the community, it met those federal guidelines. And so, however, that project did not go forward at the end, so those dollars became reallocated. Hence, those dollars have to be reallocated now because of the time frame. Has to be reallocated to something that we decided to do a couple years ago. We can't add more dollars, or we just have to give it back to the federal government. That was the other option. And so we have today looking to try to reallocate it to something we're already working on. That is a disaster response.
Or a disaster.
Because they added that in a couple years ago after disaster. You could do a disaster responses with it too. And so that's where we are. As for the agenda item, Ms. Green, the communications may be miscommunicated, but you asked for the agenda item. I sent you, it's K1, which is reallocating today the dollars from the Community Food Bank project to a different project. And it looks like we are allocating those dollars to either multiple projects, one being a hardened hurricane shelter for the east side of the community, and also paying some tipping fees where everybody got to dispose of things in landfill for free, so that's not in the general fund tax dollars. So I hope that clarifies, but I did send you the agenda item, and I as for being on the agenda item, that wouldn't be able to be happening because we have to have an agenda item that's the county project. So thank you.
Thank you. And Mrs. Green, I apologize for the misunderstanding there. It's certainly not my intent. I don't believe any intent of this board to be disrespectful to anybody. I was going to mention some of the things because we all did get your email. I got 2 emails from you. I believe everybody got those 2 emails from you. I communicated with the administrator that I thought this was more of a housing and supportive services. Vita Ramirez runs that team. I believe you know her. Thank you for the work that you've done in South Brooksville, gathering this information and highlighting those that need the assistance. But I think it would be more appropriate to go through that channel. Of course, there's an application process, and it all has to be vetted. But Vita and her team would be happy to work with you on that. But this money cannot just be transferred to, as already been mentioned, private property and projects, and it has to be expended by the end of the year. If you need help connecting with Mr. Ramirez's team, I'd be happy to assist you with that. But each individual would have to make an application on their own, and that application would then be vetted and then decided accordingly.
Can I use my last 1 minute or something to just ask a question? At least you owe me that at least. Because it all took more than 3 minutes to discuss what you had to discuss.
Ma'am, you conceded your minute. I'm going to give you the minute in 40 seconds. Come up here, but don't tell me I owe you something.
You do.
Okay, I don't.
You do.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. Connie Green again. I would like for this to be an agenda item, please. I've requested many times before, for this to be on the agenda so I can get the opportunity to come up here with more than 3 minutes and let you know about what's going on. You all just assume things, but there's a lot more that I need to tell you all about this community. And Mr. Rogers knows a lot as well, and Mr. Champion as well, because I CC him. I would like that opportunity for you all to do that. Put me on the agenda, please. And as far as the programs, I'm fully aware. And the way you all were talking to me, like I'm not ignorant. I know about these programs very well. I've been working a lot with this. So you're talking down to me like I don't know about the program. I let you go ahead and do that. But to those of you that are listening, wherever in this, the videos or whatever, I'm very familiar with SHIP, Housing Authority, all these programs you're referring to me, I know them, okay? The people in the community know them as well too. Some of them have gotten some feedback and also have gotten some things done in their homes. But you have other monies, and you always refer me to this place and that place. And a lot of people get turned down for things still.
Thank you, ma'am. Please
Okay?
take a seat.
Can I get on the agenda, please?
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Locko.
I just don't understand where this is going. County doesn't spend money on private property improvements. I don't know where this is coming from. And if the goal is to tell us what's going on in South Brooksville, I thought that we had staff that were working with track. And so, again, I'm not sure what the agenda item would even be, but this board's not going to spend dollars on private property improvements. That's what those funds are for. They come from state, at the SHIP funds and the stuff through Vita's department. So I'm not even understanding where this is going, but it's just, I don't know that it was talking down to say that the money that you were referring to under this item can't be used for private property. I don't know how that's talking down to somebody. It's bizarre.
Administrator Rogers.
Board, I mean, so the hard to understand how government works like this, but so the process here to have these housing improved, besides those programs which you've already mentioned, we won't mention those again. The other process that the government has the ability to is called a community redevelopment area, right? And so we're all familiar with that. The board has been working on maybe 4 years now, creating a CRA in this area. And long term, if you read the CRA plan that's been approved by the CRA steering committee that this board helped authorize and help fund, we spent $75,000 hiring the consultant, and then lots of staff time and everything else on creating the CRA plan over the years. One of those goals that's in the CRA plan is the ability to have a grant program for houses in there to help fix houses up, right? And so that would be, if you're talking about spending tax dollars on private houses, that is when the government does do that without using SHIP dollars and state housing dollars. That is when it happens. And so you create a CRA, and then there's tax dollars that come in and get reinvested in that community, and then that CRA board makes that grant program. So in the document that hasn't got to this board yet, but will be here in the next few months, one of the goals in there is a housing rehabilitation program. And over the years, the dollars that are invested in that area, and as the area increases in economic viability, because the county has a plan and we invest infrastructure in there, and then people increase their own property values, right? They take some ownership and increase their property values. Those dollars that they pay in tax dollars get reinvested in there, and so then that their neighbor can get their house improved with a grant from the CRA. So it's kind of like self-funding your own environment. So that's how the government creates an environment for individuals to self-fund the increased ability of themselves to help fund it. And that's when the tax dollars will come to fix houses out of the general fund. Otherwise, not usually do the county says that there's a house down the street that needs an AC unit, and the county says, well, I'll just pay for that unit. The state programs that we have that pay for that's called state housing dollars, and those come from dock stamps. And every real estate transaction, a percentage of real estate transaction goes to state housing dollars, and we get that to run those programs to make sure people can maintain their housing affordability. So we do have a program board coming forward. We'll have a CRA meeting in a couple months, and maybe at that time it'd be a great time for Ms. Connie Greening, because that one will be talking about how we're going to fund this community in the future. That's when I would think that we would have that discussion, because otherwise, unless the board has a desire, I don't know how you would fund a housing rehab program without opening it up to all the citizens in the county, and I'm not sure you can afford it.
Okay, back to the board. We got a motion for approval of K1 from Commissioner Hawkins. Who was the second? Commissioner Alacco. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. K2.
Motion to approve K2 and 3.
All right, I got a motion for approval of K2 and K3. Commissioner Alacco.
Yeah, I'm just going to bring it up. I bring it up every time. These mowers are out there shooting stuff out into the streets. They do not have the guards over their decks, and hopefully it's in this contract, and we're going to start enforcing it, because you get you're going down the road and you're getting hit by debris from these guys that are mowing along the roads. And I don't know why they're not understanding that that's a requirement.
I'm gonna look into that.
It is in the contract, sir. Yes.
Right, so we have to highlight it for them? Do we have to send them flashcards on their dashboard?
All right.
Show to cut grass, but yes,
Uh,
we'll work on that.
I got a motion from Commissioner Hawkins for K2 and K3. I believe I heard a second from Commissioner Amsler. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. Open to the public. Anybody from the public like to speak on item K2 or K3? Hearing none. Public comment is closed. Back to the board. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. We're on to item L. Development Services Director Omar DePablo.
Thank you, Commission. As stated, Omar DePablo, Development Services Director. I got 2 items for the Commission this morning. The first being a little bit easier than the second, but I hope to walk you through it and not take too long. The first item is a resolution amending the building division's fee schedule. If you remember, there was an extensive study that was done. It was brought before the board in 2024. That was approved. The reason for bringing this back has multiple aspects. One of the biggest ones is the building department's fees were split between 2 resolutions, and it has been difficult not only for staff, but we would imagine for the citizens to look those items up. So the decision of the board today would unify all of the fee schedules under one resolution, making it easier for research. The only items that are being revised today as part of this new resolution is the technology fee. Originally, on the 2024 fee schedule was at $15. That's being raised to $93. That's to cover the Tyler software, AI, GIS, some of the other things that we've adopted recently. The next one is unlicensed contracting. That went from $13.84 to $15, not a big jump there. And lastly is the fire plan reviews. Although we have been collecting them, for some reason they were left out of the 2024 proposal to this board. So not only are we adding that in, we've been collecting them, are we adding it back in, but we went ahead and we matched what the fire is collecting, so that way we are in sync. So the first item before you out of the 2 is the resolution amending the building division's fee schedule, and I'm here for any questions on those few items.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Champion.
Thank you. I like the fact that you got it consolidated. It seems easy to understand. You've been up here along with a lot of other people saying that Tyler's going to improve, along with AI, going to improve process, speed up the process. So I expect to see some reductions in the future. Government doesn't go forever, especially if we're saying this tool is going to be so great, then it should save us some money.
Yep.
Maybe not right now, but in the future, we need to be looking at that and seeing if we can, because everything we do and everything we charge is driving inflation up as well. You know, so I think you even told me that something that takes 40 hours could be calculated in minutes with
Correct.
AR.
Yep.
So that should save us some money, right?
If I may respond?
Yes, sir.
That's a good point.
One of the things that we are doing, and you are correct, the software obviously has an initial price tag. The fees, believe it or not, we'll get into I'll mention it on the next item, but the fees have not been updated according to our counterparts in other counties, and that's to keep up with development. But to your point, Commissioner Champion, one of the things that we are looking at in depth is with the cost of software and the efficiency of software, can staff be reallocated, and can we not only do that, but can we not have to hire full-time positions because the software is picking up the slack, or reallocation and reorganization of the department has made it more efficient. So I accepted your challenge last time we spoke, and I'm excited to, in the near future, bring some actual dollars on how we're saving money from both software and FTEs for you. Yes, sir.
Anything further, Commissioner Champion?
No, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Laco.
Thank you. Appreciate the comments, and the goal obviously would be to reduce the cost. In the interim, you know, whatever we can do so that the average taxpayer isn't subsidizing the growth is kind of important too, because whether it's complying with state regulation statutes on efficiency,
Yes, sir.
and then potentially getting fines and stuff like that if we're not there, or hiring extra staff. We've got to be able to obviously cover those costs. Hopefully the bubble is slowing down, but it doesn't look like it right now. That's for sure.
Thank you, sir. Administrator Rogers.
Omar, Commissioner Champion could bring up a good point about the fees going down in the future. What we need to bring to a time frame to check them. Like I know we're instituting all the additional more efficiency reviews with the technology. What do you think? Like every year you're going to check these fees, or every?
Yes, every year we're going to put ourselves on a schedule to check those. One of the things that we are doing, again to Commissioner Champion's request, we have some permits that we're going to be bringing before this board to eliminate. And so not only will fees be reduced, but permits that actually cost the citizen dollars will be eliminated from the fee schedule in the near future. We're looking at least 2 right now that we're bringing to the board in the next several months, and hopefully more. But once a year, we'll review those fees. And to your point, yes, the initial cost of software is always the largest, but the maintenance cost thereafter and the efficiency begins to grow. So we don't expect, at least I don't, to be carrying these fees forever. But as Commissioner Arlaco alluded to, and I'll get into more details on the next item, there has been a substantial offset of cost where the citizens have carried some of the load from development, and I'll go into details on that on the next item. So thank you.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Both
Thank
items.
you. Items L1 and L2, sir? Okay, got a motion to approve for L1 and L2. Is your second stand, sir?
Yes.
All right. We'll open to the public. Anybody from the public like to speak on item L1 or L2? Seeing none, closing public comment. Back to the board. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, we're on to item M, Public Works Director Scott Herring.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. For the record, Scott Herring, Public Works Director. I have agenda items M1 and M2 for you today. Agenda item M1 is declaration of county-owned property located on Tremaine Boulevard as surplus property and consideration of purchase offer submitted by Kimberly Prom. They have submitted a amount of $11,500. It's currently valued at $13,883. We would recommend that the board accept the offer and authorize the chair to sign any contracts conveying the property, as well as authorize the county attorney's office to prepare or have prepared the necessary documents to finalize the transaction and execute the same on the board's behalf. I'll be happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Commissioner Champion.
Thank you. I'll make a motion to approve this. Normally I wouldn't if it's under, but that area we know is flooded like mad. The market is plummeting out in Ridge Manor. So to get this is a fair offer considering. So I'll make a motion to approve.
For M1, sir?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Second.
Okay, got a motion to approve M1 from Commissioner Champion, a second by Commissioner Amsler. Open up to the public. Anybody from the public like to speak on item M1? Seeing none, closing public comment. Back to the board. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. M2, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Agenda item M2 is a resolution amending the Department of Public Works fee schedule for engineering and road maintenance division fees. When the planning department and the building department were updating their fees, we were directed to look at our fees. Unfortunately, we hadn't updated our fees since 2006. And as we're all aware, costs have substantially increased since 2006. So all of our fees are changing. And we're also adding a technology fee. I'll be happy to answer any questions the board may have. And once again, just like Commissioner Champion said, or asked when Omar, because Omar has already covered a lot of this, we will be looking at in the future. And if the fees need to go down, they'll go down. But like I said, we haven't really looked at these since 2006. So we feel confident that we're still charging what we should be charging by raising these fees.
Commissioner Champion.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And you know I was going to ask that anyway. But and you are an enterprise fund, so you operate on the revenue that you bring in, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So we have to be whole. You can't be in a hole. I mean, as far as whole. Use whole both times. But you can't be in the hole and supplement it with something else. It has to pay for itself. So I'd make a motion to approve. But again, when AI kicks in and we start going to the new software, hopefully it's in a productivity improvement, and we can lower the fees for the citizens. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Amsler.
Totally agree. And 20 years of the fees staying the same, I mean, that's something. So I second the item.
You third.
Yeah.
I got a motion from Commissioner Champion for approval M2. I got a second from Commissioner Hawkins. I'm going to open it up to the public. Anybody from the public like to speak on item M2? Seeing none, closing public comment, back to the board. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. We'll be in recess till 11:45.
Thank you.
Okay, it's 11:45. We're back in order. We're on to item N. Commissioner Hawkins, a discussion regarding proposed interlocal agreement with Hernando County Sheriff's concerning license plate reader technology.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, so on February 10th, at the end of the meeting, I brought up during commissioner comments that I had been working with the county's attorney in good faith based on Commissioner Amsler's request in the initial meeting to develop a document that made sense and that was lawful, that it was constitutional, and that it also protected the some of the community's concerns in regard to LPR, and a lot of those concerns, around data retention. And if you look at Section 5, LPR data must be maintained in a secure database. The database must not contain personal identifying information about vehicle owners or drivers. It may only contain still photographs searchable by license plate number or physical characteristics of the rear of the vehicle. Authorized personnel may use the database to review license plate images and vehicle features and to compare such data against lawfully attained hot files, which are active cases or alerts for the purpose of identifying vehicles potentially associated with criminal activity. There's multiple sections in that cover data retention, confidentiality, scope of the agreement, severability. So what the county attorney has done is in the hope of transparency, not only with this board and our citizens, but also with the sheriff's department and the sheriff to agree, eventually in a possibility during workshop hours, or what the board's decision is at that time. And at this point, what I wanted to do is kind of open it up to this board after you've read this document and see if there's anything that we need to tweak, we need to look at, if you don't agree with something in this document, kind of to frame the discussion for the eventual workshop that is scheduled in March. And a workshop for the public's sake is a non-formal public meeting where policy, future agenda items, ordinances, all of those things are discussed in the public, and it gives this board an opportunity to concentrate on one specific topic and get educated on that topic so that we can, basically present policy to the public moving forward. So in good faith, I have no pride of authorship of this, so I think collectively as a board, it makes sense for us to add our sense to this. I mean, it covers constitutionality, it covers the Fourth Amendment, it covers basically everything that was stated, not only by the sheriff's department, but also by the camera system operator. So it codifies that, and I took it in consideration to go this route once, and Commissioner Alago brought this up in regards to kind of the preemption of state law in regards to Airbnbs, VRBOs, those types of things, like just codifying something. So I just wanted to open up to the rest of the board and see if you guys had any discussion on it.
Not everybody at once.
Have you read the agreement?
Mr. Alaco.
The draft.
So, I mean, I like where it's going. I think it's important to, I don't know, if we're just going to focus on the document itself, I think it makes a lot of sense that it's codifying retention, it's talking about that. One of the challenges we're having, I think the community has as a whole is a brand of them.
Oh, right.
And I'm not going to keep using, it's like calling a Pepsi a Coke, all right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not, right? As long as we're, I like that it's clearly it's talking about automated license plate readers, not the brand name, because those things can change over time. I think it's important that it says that it's not going to be attached to government or county property, that they have to, that the county's not going to pay for the electricity, things like that, are also going to affect the taxpayer at some level. Although the Sheriff's Department is funded by taxpayers. It helps to keep those two budgets separated. The no waiver of sovereign immunity, can our attorney discuss that? What does that mean exactly for the public?
Whenever sovereign immunity is the government's right absent a waiver to be sued without its consent. You see it most of all when traffic accidents and similar things. Whenever the government enters into a contract, it includes a provision that by entering into the contract, we are not otherwise waiving our sovereign immunity to suit for anything outside of the contract. In other words, you can sue on the contract.
Sure.
We can't just not pay someone that we have a contract with, but it doesn't give them an opportunity to sue us for anything else.
But to be clear, that sovereign immunity is related to this MOU. It's not related to if, and this is what I'm speaking on, what I've heard from the community. That's not speaking on if the sheriff's department didn't follow this or didn't follow a statute. If they did something inappropriately, they can still be sued. This is just related to
Correct.
sovereign
It has no
immunity
impact
of this actual MOU.
Yeah, in those situations you're talking about when there'd be, like, say, unconstitutional misconduct by not necessarily any particular sheriff, but a sheriff deputy, they would have a remedy under federal law, Chapter 28 USC 1983. That's the famous civil rights statute that would be unaffected by this.
Okay, just want to make sure. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Champion.
Thank you. I appreciate this coming forward and having the details. Similar, obviously, Commissioner Amser started with, bringing this forward and saying, hey, we need some kind of regulation. And then, I did some research, and, we've been talking about this for a while. And you look at, there's a Florida statute which governs this, 316.0777. And even when you read some of this stuff, it's kind of vague. It's okay, well, we're gonna hold it for 30 days unless a government entity or it changes the rules or asked to do this. Like if, example, the federal government gets it, is there any, I know we can't do anything about that, but other agencies, do they get the camera images and do they keep them? And I think Commissioner Laco kind of hit the nail on the head. It's like, the real problem is this is a private company that's taking this data and it also does business with the private sector. And then you're wondering, well, what are they doing with this information? And where are they getting their information from? So, and like I said earlier, I met with the FOP and I spoke with the leadership over there, and it was a great conversation because they're explaining the good things that it does, and I didn't have to be told that. I would know that. It's common sense to say that if you have something like this with the technology and they can flag a stolen car or abducted child or whatever, that's a good thing. But then we got to weigh the Constitution on the other side. So, and there's a lot of lawsuits and stuff out there, and it maybe it's way above our pay grade, but maybe there'll be some guidance from the Supreme Court or from the state of Florida. But if anyone is listening on this stuff, there needs to be some stricter regulations from the state level and the federal level on exactly what can happen. Like I mentioned before with like firearms, for example, when you do a background check, the federal law is 3 days period. They keep your information and it's gone. Like even when they come in and do an audit, they don't even know what that approval number is for because they have no data retention whatsoever. This is data retention for 30 days and less. That when you read some of this stuff, it's really scary. But I understand the reason. I understand the positives to it. But again, we need to have this workshop. We need to talk to the public, and then we need some safeguards put in place. And it sounds like some of this has some safeguards, which is a good thing. And there needs to be some kind of audit. Like, where is the audit? Who is the third party that's coming in and checking the sheriff's office? Not to say that I think they're doing anything wrong or any of the deputies, but who checks to make sure they're not violating the rules? Who makes sure of that that's done? Who makes sure that the data's gone and deleted? I don't know. It's a third-party company. Do we have any say over them? And whether they're actually keeping the data or not? There's a lot of questions about it. So I just want to make sure that the public is protected. That's the main thing here. And I think this AI stuff is really scary for our Constitution going forward. And it's not just about these cameras, but it's about a lot of things. Thank you.
Anything further, Commissioner Champion?
No.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Amsler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I also appreciate us having this discussion. I also do have questions on whether or not we have a right to say, but if it's possible to have some sort of appropriately timed third-party audit of the system. I think we all want law and order no matter what. Thankfully, we have great law enforcement in Hernando County, but I'm really waiting for this workshop because we discussed things before and we all agreed, consensus was like, let's have this workshop as the best way to cut a path forward And that lets me, you know, sometimes what the people want of this county is not always what I would pick, but I'm elected to represent them. So it may be that they come to the workshop and the public comes forward and they say, Ryan, we want to rip them all out of the ground. Or they may say, this that's presented in front of us is perfect, and sign off on it, let's get this done. Or they could say, hey, leave the sheriff alone and we don't need to do this at all. So I'm looking forward to that workshop. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Laco.
Yeah, I think it's important. Nobody wants to be surveilled, and I think it's important when we're having this discussion to be as honest and factual with the information that's coming before us. Right, the license plate reader technology, and this is where I would love for the state to step in, and is currently a still picture of the front or the rear of your car. Right, that's what it is, and I would love for the state to define it as that, and it can't go beyond that, right? Because that's what we're all concerned about. The reality is, we talk about AI. There's way more AI involved in body-worn cameras. That has facial recognition technology, has all sorts of stuff like that. We're not talking about that, and I think we would all be like, heck no, that you would have something like that along a roadway, right? We're not England, you know. We're not going that direction.
We have a constitution,
right? So, but what we do want, right? Well, I mean, seriously, I mean that's what it comes down, right? But in the end, the concern is, we talked about the constitutionality. It's been, was it 24, 20? No, we're up to what, over 30, I think, or close to 30 court cases on this so far, and it's employed in, I'm trying to remember, it's going off of statistics on the top of my head, I think it's in 40 states are using it. It's in 64 out of 67 counties in the state of Florida. You know, it's the same technology that, for the most part, that they're using on our toll roads. You know, so it's been, what we need at this point is we need the state to step up to the plate and have very clear, defined limitations on what this technology is allowed to have. Because in the end, a decision that we make that differs from the 66 other counties could potentially put us in a position where we become a magnet for things. And that's my biggest concern right now, right? Because, listen, we could talk about all sorts of things that we see in society today that we didn't see years ago, right? But we made a change to our sexual predator ordinance. Why did we do that? Because we found that we were becoming a magnet in the area, because we happened to at one point have the loosest ordinance on that, right? And so we've got to balance that out, because in the end, there is a fiduciary responsibility for this board also when it comes to the cost of providing law enforcement and the associated other issues that are with that. That's one of my biggest concerns with this across the board. Again, we're talking about still picture of the front or the rear of a vehicle, right? I want the state to codify that, you know, so that's all it can be. You know, again, if they're driving around in their cars and they've got video cameras, that's a whole different game. If it's on the front of their body, it's a whole different game. You know, unfortunately, you know, with the technology, you're still going to get picked up with that stuff. You know, if they're having a conversation, a deputy's having a conversation with me on the side because he thinks I did something wrong, and one of you happens to walk by, guess what? You know, you just got picked up in the video, right? But we're talking about this. We're talking about a still picture of the front or the rear of the vehicle, and as long as we're keeping it at that, I think it's a very different game. You know, and we have multiple court cases that are saying at this point that's not considered surveillance, and there's not video, there's not kind of stuff. Again, I would be 1,000,000% against video.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Hawkins.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I completely agree with you, Commissioner Laco. I think the spirit of this document identifies that. I think one of the things that is the most important part of this is, you know, should a binding court of competent jurisdiction hold that the use of LPR systems by law enforcement is unconstitutional, unlawful, or materially restricted in a manner that prevents the continued lawful use of LPR system, the sheriff will disconnect the LPR system immediately. I mean, it defines that, right? We are not a constitutional court. We can educate ourselves, and I have on this. You know, one of the things that, you know, I've educated myself, and I remember this in driver's ed, but, you know, you forget about it a lot, is that, you know, driving is not a right. It is a privilege. That's why you have license plates. That's why you apply for these particular things. And, you know, those license plates are public record. And so you know, to your point, this is a still photograph of a particular date and time. It is not video. It is not, you know, seeing the occupants of the car. It's not doing any of those things. And I just wanted to codify that in this, you know, and working with law enforcement and with the county attorney's office. So, and I appreciate the discussion because I think it's helpful. I think that, you know, it gives us an opportunity to really be prepared for the workshop, you know, on the educational pieces. And, you know, maybe this document has holes in it based on what we learned during the workshop, and we can work towards that, or we can work towards another solution. But the intention of this was never to, you know, circumvent a workshop. That was the board made a very clear 5-0 consensus vote that we were going to hold a workshop. So, I mean, there's, you know, we had board direction at that point in time, and I don't believe that sentiment has changed with the county at this, or excuse me, with the commissioners at this point. You know, and my goal would be that, you know, we have these discussions out in public. We, you know, see exactly what's going on. We also educate ourselves and the public during the workshop, and, you know, do the most transparent, lawful abiding thing. Ensure that we're not opening ourselves up to some of our other, you know, municipalities to the north and the north part of this country, and you know, being a magnet to your point.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Champion.
Thank you. A couple things I want to comment. I don't disagree with everything you both said, but the first thing, Commissioner Hawkins, is the Supreme Court has deemed that travel is a constitutional right under the 14th Amendment.
Travel.
You have a right. You have a right to travel, right? So there could be limitations. Like if you're a felon, you're a habitual offender of law for your driver's license, etc. But I believe it's a fundamental right. You have a right to travel. 100%. Right. So, and then the real question is here is what is constitutional and what is probable cause? Is a expired plate probable cause? I don't know. I would argue that you're harassing somebody if you do that.
Correct.
Now, if there's a missing child or a forcible felony, I think felonies should be enforced. You know, but if you're pulling people over because something in the system says his plate's expired, let me pull him over. I mean, come on, that's a very low civil infraction. Should you be using our resources for that? I don't know. That's a fundamental question.
I don't disagree with you.
That's a question that we need to challenge that, and that needs to be spelled out. You know, as far as the body cameras, I want them to have all the technology for the body cameras. I want them to have facial recognition. I want them to know everything because you remember you had probable cause to stop that person. So of course the officer should have that. If we think you have violated the law and they stopped you, it should be recorded so we know that you were treated right and the deputy was treated right. I think it's gonna work out in the long run, and I think it's been very positive. But if you watch some of the stories that are and I know YouTube and the internet is not all that, but if you watch some of the stories and some of the mishaps that have happened with these slot cameras, and there's big lawsuits out there, like the woman with her kids that were pulled out and put face down on the ground when the cop made a mistake and it was the wrong plate number. You know, the slot camera made a mistake first off, but then the deputy or the officer was supposed to verify before they pulled over that person. And there should be, and I'm sure the sheriff's office has some kind of guidelines in place if you use these things like, hey, did you verify it? Did you call your sergeant? Whatever. I hope they do. If not, it needs to be spelled out in there. Like, before you use this flock system, somebody needs to verify besides that officers out there, unless it's some kind of emergency. You know, the last thing I want is I don't want our citizens harassed over simple infractions that whatever. You know, now granted, if there's a felony, you know, a stolen car or there's something like that, of course they need to follow up on that. But anyway, so I just want to make sure, and it sounds like we're going in the right direction to have, you know, some kind of safeguards in place. And of course, the public needs to be assured that their privacy is important and that we're not violating their constitutional rights. Not to mention the large lawsuits that we could be on the hook for. I mean, that one jurisdiction had to pay $10 million this morning. $10 million. She won the lawsuit for $10 million. because they made a mistake. And if they pulled me out with my kids and put me face down on the concrete and I was innocent, I would be suing too. And that's the kind of stuff we got to think about that as well. So and I'm sure they're not going to let that happen. I think the sheriff's careful. He's not going to go out there and put us in a situation, I would hope. But I think we can all agree with that. There needs to be safeguards in place to make sure that people aren't targeted. Thank you.
Yep. You're good, sir?
Yeah.
All right, Commissioner Hawkins.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, in regards to the body worn cameras and the AI, I think one of the things that I would be concerned with is that if they were responding to a place in public, right, and there's facial recognition and all these things of something in the public that's not that person. I mean, right? So we're talking about these things, and that's where that bothers me a little bit, because you could be flagged or a potential suspect because you were in public when this was potentially going on, right? So
and have nothing to do with it, basically.
Yeah, have nothing to do with it, and something of that nature. And I don't disagree with you. I think we've been very clear, and I think the public's been very clear that this is not going to be used for handing out speeding tickets or minor infractions or expired plates or any of those particular things, especially when it has the definition in the interlocal agreement around hot files, right? Searchable hot files that are active law enforcement investigation. It's defined in the definition. So I appreciate the conversation, and we could talk about some of the bad things, some of the good things in my research that I found out, and I don't know if you're aware of this, but I was surprised to find this out, is that the second assassination attempt on President Trump, the guy in the bushes, he was caught using LPRs.
On the interstate,
yeah. He was caught using LPR. So, we hear about the bad, we also hear about the good, right? And so I think it's important when we have this discussion, we continue to do it methodically in the right way. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Alaka.
Thanks. Listen, this is great conversation. I'm gonna, and again, Commissioner Champion, you and I we're gonna go back and forth on certain things, because I think we want to make sure we get the nuances out. One of my concerns about body worn cameras, and it was alluded to a little bit with Commissioner Hawkins, is let's just take the scenario of a deputy is out at it's at the county fair, and he's just standing there. Well, let me tell you what, if you're there and you're not supposed to be there, or you have something, they're going to find you, and is it possible for the AI to screw up? I can tell you, my daughter, my youngest daughter, it was a picture from the father-daughter dance. I think she was about 12. And Facebook was starting to use that stuff, and it was trying to, do you remember when it was saying, do you want to tag this person in this? And it had my 12-year-old daughter, and it put my wife's name next to it. Okay? Now, is it possible that you have a relative in your family that maybe looks similar to you? Right? I mean, my 12-year-old daughter didn't look a lot like my wife. I won't tell you how old she was at the time. But they didn't look a lot alike to me. I mean, there were maybe slight bit of difference. But can you imagine your brother or your father is out there, and and you're an adult at the same time, and now it confuses you with that. So I have way more concerns with the potential of bad information when it comes to that than I do, again, the still license plate. Now, that situation that Commissioner Champion brought up, guess what? That was human error, and they deserved it every dollar amount, because you know what? You don't cut corners when it comes to stuff like that. You just don't. Right? There wasn't a gun drawn or something like that, so you don't have to work on reaction. It's not a reaction situation. That was just, without knowing the whole situation and just hearing it, it sounds like laziness to me. It was somebody cut a corner, and that's why they lost. Because if they could have justified their actions and there was still a mistake, they wouldn't have been sued and lost. So that's why I just want to make sure we get there. And I want to get back to just one other thing, and this isn't a situation like trying to bring up worst case scenarios, but one of the things that I'm concerned about more than anything, it's not that necessarily the crime is going to happen here, but potentially it will hang out here. Okay? One of the things that's beautiful about this is the silver alerts, the amber alerts, the things like that. Well, I don't want to just come to hang out in Hernando County and stay away from, getting caught until, and we start to have that situation. Human trafficking is real. okay? And it happens at all levels. It's not just, it's not just, prostitute or something like that. It's kids, it's restaurant workers, it's, nail salon workers, things like that. I just don't want Hernando County to end up being, because, again, 64 other counties are currently doing this, or 63 other counties are actually doing this. I don't want it to be a place where they want to come and harbor and hang out here because it's easier to get away in Hernando County. All right? I think that puts us in a bad spot. I want to make sure, that's why I keep pushing state. I'd like there to be some state laws so we're all playing by the same rules and we don't have, and I don't want to play chutes and ladders when it comes to people's safety. All right, let's play chess. Let's play 3D chess. Let's make sure that we're doing the right thing, and that in our quest to be the most, constitutional county, that we also don't put ourselves in a situation where the bad guys know the rules too. And that's where my concern is. It's like, are we going to create a secondary problem, and now we're going to have to go back and then go, oh, we have to retract what we did before because it's causing us so many other problems. That's even worse. It's like, that would be, you won the lottery. Sorry, you didn't really win the lottery. I got the last number wrong. We don't want to be that person or that county that does that and then ends up in a worse situation afterwards because we didn't consider what the potentials were.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Champion. Thank you. On the body, just to clarify, when I said I want them to have all their tools and body on camera, we're talking about a deputy has probable cause. They stop me. They're detaining me. They should have the tools. Should they be scanning the audience and then going into the? But again, the way I understand it, the deputy has to be activated by something. Has to be activated by a stop. Has to be activated by pulling their weapon or their taser. That's the way it was explained. Then it's going to kick on. If they're just standing there, is the expectation the camera's running? I don't know. Maybe that's something the sheriff can answer down the road. I don't know if they're sitting at a fair. So there needs to be probable cause. You have probable cause to think that John Alaco committed a crime, so they stopped you. So this should be recorded then at that point. And the great stat that I got the other day when I met with the FOP, and I love this, is that they are in full support of the body-worn cameras. And one of the things they told me was that it resolves 99% of the deputy accusations out there. When they say they're racist or they picked on them or they did whatever, that deputy should be protected because I think most of them are doing the right thing. 99%. That was the stat that was given. So most of them, especially with the camera on, they know now if there was a bad actor, they're probably gonna be a good actor because they know it's gonna be on video and somebody's gonna ask for it. And not to mention, and I know I've said this 1,000 times, but it speeds up the court process. If you're guilty of something, let's say John Alaco is guilty of the crime and they got it on video, you're not gonna plead not guilty. You're not going in there and saying, well, I wasn't drunk, but you were falling all over the place and they got you on video. So it's going to speed up the court time. There's a lot of things that we don't have to rehash all that because that's happening now. So, we're getting the body-worn cameras. But just to clarify, though, that when I was saying that, it should be that person was detained, they were stopped. Of course, the deputy should have the tools to identify this person. Because how many times I know I've watched a lot of these cop shows where they go, I'm not giving you my ID, or they give you a wrong name or whatever. And a lot of times they'll use fingerprints or whatever. But now with AI, they're going to be able to scan them and say, we know exactly who this person is. When they scan them. Should they have that tool when they stop somebody? Probably. But I don't want them scanning the audience either. So I agree with you there. I can see the consequence of that and the violation of your constitutional rights. Thank you.
Commissioner Alaco.
Yeah, so it's the reason why I said that is because many of the same people who are very adamantly against this have also made statements that they want those cameras on all the time. I don't want those deputies to be able to turn them on and turn them off. We've heard it. We've seen it in writing. Okay? And that's why I'm bringing it up.
Okay.
This is reality. If they're on all the time, that's what you're going to get.
Should be on when they're person.
I understand that. I understand that, but I just want to make the fact that we've heard it. We've all heard it from certain people, right? And they shouldn't be able to turn it off, and okay, well, great. That's a lot of data, and that's a lot of unnecessary facial scans that don't need to be happening.
Great conversation. So I have a couple comments. So this all came about, I believe Commissioner Champion brought this up at one of our meetings in just casual comment. And we all agreed, all 5 of us agreed, that there's some questions that we wanted answers to, some legitimate questions. Who has access to this? How long is it being stored? How is it being stored? Are we selling the information? All of these things, legitimate questions, and on, right? And so we all agreed that we'll bring it back for a greater discussion. All parties involved would be involved in that discussion, right? We had a little bit of a false start, although I appreciate Commissioner Amsler's, his intent was very pure and trying to move the ball forward and to work, with the ordinance and bring the ordinance. Although none of us knew anything about that until it was on the agenda, right? But his heart was pure on that. His intentions are pure on that. I know he was just trying to move the ball forward. All right, so I don't fault him for that at all. We had another great discussion on that, right? And we all agreed, all right, we want to continue the discussion, right? And so we've been trying to, we have not set a date for a workshop, although we floated a date for a workshop. Hopefully we'll talk about that later at the end of this conversation. But because I agree, we put it out there. People want to have input into this, and we want people to have input into this, right? In the meantime, Commissioner Hawkins worked with the county attorney and came up with this MOU. At the end of the last meeting, said, hey, we got this MOU. I want you guys all to take a look at it. Attorney Jobin sent it out 2 days later. We all got a copy of it, and then here we are. So a lot of great discussion around it. And I appreciate the spirit of this discussion because we're doing what we're supposed to be doing. We're all working together. We all have input in it. And we're going to move forward for what's best for Hernando County. For me, and I believe for all of you, this is all about public safety, right? So priority number one. I think that there's definitely opinions, and I respect all of those opinions, right? That's what makes this country great, is we all have a different opinion, right? And we're all saying, hey, well, have you ever looked at it this way? Have you ever considered this, right? I think people get sick of me saying this, but it's the honest truth. I don't pretend to corner the market on wisdom, Some of the best ideas come from the people, right? And some of the best feedback and things that I hadn't thought about. I'll sit up here every week and say, oh, John, I didn't think of that's a great point. Didn't think about that, or hey, Commissioner Champion, that's a great point. You're right about that. I didn't think about that. And so that's what this conversation is about, but the opinions, outright saying these are, this when they're not, or these are unconstitutional when they're not, these are being used by federal law enforcement, state law enforcement, including the state of Florida, and to Commissioner Alaco's point, sheriff's office and police departments all over the state are using these. I think just like body-worn cameras will speed up convictions, I think a tool like an ALPR will also speed up convictions because you'll have more evidence. I think that the FOP, to your point, Commissioner Champion, I also, have been communicating with them as well. Full support of body-worn cameras, but they're also in full support of ALPRs, right? And I believe you have confirmed that as well. A conservative principle is law and order and justice, right? One of my biggest concerns of not having this tool available when everybody else does is right to Commissioner Alaco's point, is Hernando County will become a cesspool of people wanting to behave badly. And a lot of people are going to come here and know that we don't have the tools that everybody else has, and we're going to be at a great disadvantage. I don't think that's the intent of any of us up here on this dais, is to put our men and women in law enforcement at a disadvantage. So, you know, to me, I think we all back the blue. I think we all want what's in the best interests of our men and women that are in the trenches. And especially all the tools available legally by law for them to use in enforcement of the laws and bringing the bad guys to justice. I do have some, and I understand your sentiments, Commissioner Champion, and you kind of came back and said, I didn't really mean that, I meant this. But just some things to think about with the body-worn cameras. You know, you kind of focus on the travel, and your travel was stopped. But let me suggest looking at it a little differently. Have you ever heard of swatting? People will call.
Oh, they can do that too.
People will call and make a fault, and it's a horrible thing. Takes up the resources, puts our men and women in law enforcement in harm's way, where they're coming on a house that's unsuspected. You know, they're not doing anything wrong, but somebody, usually on the internet, usually on a gaming platform, you know, calls in some swatting call and says, this is happening at this address. Well, law enforcement has to respond. Well, they go there. Well, do you think they're going to have their body-worn cameras active at that time? Yep, I can guarantee you. And guess what? They come to my house. I show up at 2 o'clock in the morning. I don't know how you sleep. I know how I sleep. And I show up in my jammies.
With your gun.
You know. And if my wife happens to walk by, if my daughters happen to walk by, you know, they're catching them. To Commissioner Hawkins' point, I own a restaurant. You own a business. Commissioner Hawkins owns a business. Commissioner Amsler owns a business. Commissioner Halako owns a business, runs a brokerage. If anybody gets a call for service at the business, guarantee you they're going to have those on, and I guarantee you they're catching the video. This is a still picture. It's not tracking your every movement. It's a still picture that law enforcement can use to catch the bad guys. I understand, you know, the concerns people have. I understand the slippery slope. I understand that whole conversation. I respect that conversation. You know, but what we cannot allow this to be is a tool, a political tool to divide one another. That's what we cannot allow this to be, right? And in a lot of ways, and a lot of municipalities, I believe that's what this has become. And I think we're better than that. I think we're smarter than that. And I think, Commissioner Hawkins, I applaud you for bringing this forward in this way. Commissioner Amsler, I applaud you for the work that you did, you know, on moving the football forward. Because again, I think your heart is in the right place. You just want to do what's right by the citizens of Hernando County. Plus, you want to do what's right by our law enforcement. And so I commend you for that. But I think that, you know, we all got to realize and understand we're on the same team. It is a conservative principle to be law and order. It's a conservative principle to hold the bad guys accountable. It's a conservative principle to support our law enforcement, and it's a conservative principle to back the blue. And I think that's what we're doing and trying to move this forward. Commissioner Champion.
Thank you. I don't disagree with any of that. I mean, I think we're all on the same page there. It's more about just making sure that, like you said in the beginning, you said, well, they're deemed to be constitutional. Well, there's a lot of courts that said they're not. And there's debate on even in Florida now. There's 5 counties debating this right now.
Which court has said they haven't?
But there's a couple of local courts and stuff in other states. I don't remember. I have to look it up. But there's a couple of them that have said, there was one ruling that we even said the last meeting. I have to look it up. But there has been a few, and there is some work, and there's gaining ground in Florida. There's more counties. And by the way, we're on AI now. When you Google it, Hernando County pops up on there now too.
Right.
And we're debating this right now, which is kind of crazy because this just happened, and it's already popping up on there with the county. So, but again, just like John Alacco said, it's, you know, we We need some direction from the state and from the federal government. Like, and maybe it needs to go to the Supreme Court down the road. But just because we have an opinion about the constitutionality, that's my opinion.
Right.
That's a lot of opinions.
Right.
And it's a majority of opinion, by the way. And that's why I said, hey, let's have the workshop. Let's put it on a referendum if need be, and let the voters decide whether they want or not. Now, being that I understand that we don't want to be a cesspool for crooks, but we didn't have these a year and a half ago, other than what was on the cars. So how are we surviving then? And if 62 out of 67 have them now, 5 don't. Why don't they have them? I don't know. Maybe they will soon.
4.
Right now, AI is saying 62 out of 67. Maybe that's wrong. I don't know. That's what it's saying, but it could be, maybe they're not caught up. But again, it's not about the deputies. It's not about the sheriff. It's not about any of that stuff. It's about the Constitution. And were we the leaders when it came to opening the government back up? Were we supposed to follow all the other counties and say, leave the government closed? No. Hernando County led the pack and said, we're going to open up the county. Or were you supposed to say, well, everybody else is keeping it closed, so we need to keep it closed? We didn't say that. We led the charge. So if our citizens think these are unconstitutional and we have all the workshops and stuff, doesn't mean that we're going to just be just going to go with the flow just because everybody else is doing it. So we should lead and we should state our opinion. Doesn't mean that it's going to change anything, but we're having good conversation about it. And then what comes out of this is they are constitutional and we have safeguards in place. Great, fabulous. Everybody wins.
Right.
But again, we have to do the heavy lifting.
Right.
Because that's what you're elected for.
Mm-hmm.
Is it pleasant? Is this pleasant for me having this conversation? I'd much rather go along to get along. I think everybody would. Who wants conflict? Who really, in the long run, who really wants conflict? You really don't, because your life is much easier without conflict. And I don't want to just make conflict to make conflict, but when it comes to the Constitution and it comes to, that document on the wall, it's just, it's non-negotiable. It has to be upheld, even if a bad guy gets a leg up. I've said this before. I said, I'd rather 100 criminals go free than one innocent person go to jail. And I think you guys would all agree with that. Would you? If one innocent person gets accused of something and gets locked up, that defeats this whole document here. We're supposed to be, it's a free country, the United States. So I think we're on the same page. So thank you.
Yeah, when you get a second, if you have that court or whatever you mentioned there that said they are unconstitutional and ruled that way, I'd love to see it. I don't see any other light. Commissioner Hawkins?
Yeah, I've done my research. I just want to be objective here that there's not been any courts or appellate courts that have deemed these unconstitutional. Many courts have challenged it, but the challenges are generally upheld. Their use, and most of them have been around the data collection and the commercially available uses of this data, which I think we're identifying in the interlocal agreement, and will be more discussion around, I'm sure, at the workshop.
All right. Commissioner Champion.
I think I was referring maybe when I just did a quick search, it said there was cities that had problems with them and they chose to pull them. So maybe I was confusing that with constitutional. But, so there has been jurisdictions that have pulled the camera. So
got it.
For ICE. Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Hawkins.
Yeah, so those have actually been challenged in those municipalities that are anti-ICE and did not want to share that information with the federal government to protect sanctuary cities. So I think, again, the municipalities that have pulled them throughout the country is because they are not wanting to work with our federal government to remove illegal aliens.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Sheriff, did you want to say anything? This is an MOU with your department.
Hernando County Sheriff Alan Hess for the record. No, we reviewed it. We have no issues with it. We think it addresses all the issues that were brought up that are legally viable to bring up and that we can address. Just a couple points of order just to make sure that the commission has accurate information. A couple things that I heard that I think are important to point out is that, we do recruit from the human race. And I think it's very important to point out that every law enforcement officer that has ever lived has been less than perfect, and they can make mistakes. And a license plate reader is not going to increase or decrease the propensity for that to happen. So I really don't think that's any more so than having computers or having any other technology. So I don't think the mistake issue, and you know what, people, somebody types in a tag wrong either initially or warrant is incorrect or something, and there's been a typographical error. There have been times when that has happened, and then of course it has to be dealt with. So that's an issue when you come to mistakes. I don't think that, at least logically looking at this, I don't know if that's an issue that we should necessarily talk about. Because I don't think it will increase or decrease the number of mistakes. It might actually decrease the number, but that's neither here nor there. Because now the way oftentimes deputies do it is they'll actually type it in their computer, sitting in a light and so forth, and it's a lot easier to make a mistake there, I think. And we have not found that I know of it making any errors. Also, just a point of order too, is that the license plate readers we use, now the ones that they use on the interstate and on the toll roads, it does take a picture of the front and the back of the car. Ours only takes a picture of the rear of the car. It does not take a picture of the front of the car, at least not intentionally anyway. I don't know if there's ever been an exception to that. I think that's it. I could talk about probable cause, reasonable suspicion, and some of those things that I think there's a little misconception out there, but I'll leave that to see if the commissioners have any questions of me with regard to this particular technology.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Commissioner Champion.
Thank you. Sheriff, everyone, believe it or not, there's a lot of people that watch this stuff, and they don't have to be here, but they message and whatever. But they wanted me to ask you a question. There was a citizen that said, why were a bunch of cameras being taken down? And you may not be able to comment about that.
I'm not going to comment on operations.
Okay.
Any more than I'm going to divulge the make and model and license plate number of any undercover vehicles or the pictures of undercover deputies or anything like that. So
it's not because you were taking them all down. It's just they're missing.
Again, I'm not going to comment on anything we're doing with operationally wise when it comes to that.
Thank you, sir. I don't see any
thank
other lights. All right, we are going to go to the public. We are on item N. Anybody from the public like to speak on item N? Please line up behind the podium. Please state your name. Please spell your last name. And you will have 3 minutes. Mr. Anger, I'll wait till they get that up and then I'll start your time.
Can we have Elmo, please?
Thank you for your patience.
All right, Christopher Anger for the record. The reason I'm here today is I agree with the document. There's nothing with that document that I've really seen is wrong with it.
Can you just scoot up, sir?
The question that I have is why I'm here today is the timeline for this to be on the agenda. And I had questions that would not be addressed within the 8 hours that we had for yesterday's work day, because this thing coming up on Sunday. And like for here on legal notice, it states a chapter 125 of the Florida statutes. I want to find out which statute covers this thing right here. Then I was questioning the timeline. If you see the timeline on here for the approvals, this thing was all done in 11 minutes. It was approved through the system in 11 minutes. So it just I question what is going on with what's going on here. That's why earlier I was stating about needing more time for public input into the agendas. These are questions that I would have liked to have got answered. Then they have the word consensus. Well, I've been hearing that back and forth up here all the time. Consensus and vote. There's not much difference between a consensus and a vote. A consensus is a majority of opinion. A vote is a decision. You've up here and said a consensus and a vote. You've used them both the same word. The reason I'm here on another point of it, I've just heard you say everything about conservative principles. This isn't about conservative principles. It's about a constitutional principle. And the constitutional principle is we the people. The document up there on the wall everybody keeps pointing at sets the limits of the government's power over the people. The Bill of Rights guarantees us our rights that cannot be trounced on by our government. And the first level of government anywhere is the people, is us. We have the right. Even the Florida State Constitution says all political power is inherent in the people. And it gives us basic rights. All natural persons, female and male alike, are equal before the law and have inalienable rights, among which are the right to enjoy and defend life, liberty, and to pursue happiness, and to be rewarded for industry, and to acquire, possess, protect property, and no person shall be deprived of any right because of race, religion, national origin, or physical disability. Gentlemen, I come before you here today to ask you, I was going to say this earlier, but I didn't have a chance. Sirs, I ask you to set a higher standard, be worthy of the calling, and do what is right for the citizens of this county. And that's just not you guys up there, but it's everybody who works for you guys that you're in charge of, and any elected official in this county. Thank you, sirs.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hi, again, it's Gary Mazut, M-A-Z-U-T, County of Hernando. Again, I think the contract discussion on this is premature, and it was good discussion here, but I think that should have been held in front of citizens so that everybody can be educated, informed, ask questions, and raise concerns. I think starting off with the fact that these things being called license plate readers is naive and misleading. They have the same technology in these things that they have in the body-worn cameras, that they have on the highway. They can record a video. You can handicap them any way you want, but somebody that wants to do things against our wishes can do whatever they want to. Once you have a camera out there, and somebody that says, oh, it only takes a picture of the license plate, even if it is just a picture, it takes a picture of that car, and it can tell what's going on in that car. It can tell who's in that car. It can take a picture of your face. It can surveil your face. This is an invasion of our right to travel without being harassed. All that information that's captured, is that FOIA information? Can anybody get access to that information? That's one thing you guys didn't talk about. That's public information. That should be able to be FOIA'd, so anybody can get information on anybody that travels any place in the state. It ain't right. I assume that the commissioners can talk at the workshop. I think a better use of your time today would be how can we make that workshop most successful to get the most information, accurate information, and get everybody's concerns heard. And that's where I'd like this discussion to go. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mike Casey, this is about constitutional rights. It's not about law enforcement. We the people come first, and we should always come first, but a lot of times we don't up here. And a lot of times, Mr. Locke has even said in this room here, the creep of government on stuff. They're taking away our rights all the time. Plus also on the Second Amendment, the right to bear arms will not be infringed. It's infringed on all the time. You can't do this, you can't do that, you gotta register, you gotta apply, you gotta do everything. And then when the Florida District Court said that we're allowed to open carry, our sheriff poo-pooed it and didn't like it. It's being infringed. He wants to infringe it. It's just a creep that's going to happen. And Mr. Laco has even said it.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else from the public like to speak on N? Seeing none, closing public comment, back to the board. Don't see any other lights.
I'll just say
Commissioner Locke.
Just say one thing. I talked about a fair playing field when it comes to these things, and I think it's important that unless there is a major court case or something like that that defines this, regardless of what this county does regarding this, I would like for this board to consider one of our requests for our legislative delegation to be to present a statewide statute that defines what license plate readers are able to do on the roads, whether the still picture versus the video, the retention time, those types of things, just to make it clear so that it's consistent across all the states and counties and municipalities in Florida. I think that would be something that would be helpful for everybody, and it would eliminate a lot of this discussion and a lot of the I want to call it incorrect information, but varied information from different sources. You know, this is what state law is, and then we have to move forward. And if a department is not following state law, then they've got to deal with that. You know, I think that would be helpful if we could maybe remember that next year for before we get to our legislative delegation. We dealt with the spread of human, you know what, on fields.
Yep.
It doesn't look like the state's going to move on that at this point, but
Oh, no, it's happening.
It's happening. I don't know. We'll see when you get to the finish line.
Yeah, we'll see, yeah.
But in the end, I think this is something that they're going to be hearing a lot from every county across this state, and it would be great if we could come together and just get the state to actually put something down when it comes to something as significant as this.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate all three gentlemen that came and spoke, and all three alluded to the Constitution, and you're absolutely correct. That's what every one of us swore an oath to defend and enforce. The Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the state of Florida. And so 1,000%, in no way, shape, or form when I was talking about conservative principles was I ignoring the Constitution. I was just making a point. And so if that was misunderstood, my apologies. But 1,000%, that's what every one of us have sworn to defend, and that's what we will do. Administrator Rogers.
Chairman and Board, so we had previously discussed the workshop. I had tentatively held on all your calendars a date of March 10th. We have not voted that in yet. For that meeting, I was coordinating, making sure that the sheriff's office was available. They have indicated to me they are available that evening. I was coordinating, making sure we had the building and the law enforcement here for that evening. So tentatively, our recommendation is March 10th, 5 o'clock start. I didn't know if that's okay with the board, or if there's any other direction, but otherwise we just schedule this and move forward if that's the direction of the board.
I like it.
March 10th at 5 o'clock.
Did we have consensus?
So I really just need a consensus. You don't need a vote on a workshop.
So I'd like to talk about one other thing when it relates to the workshop. So there was some feedback from multiple commissioners, and I want to hear the feedback, and I want to hear what the issues are. But at the last discussion that we had, when Commissioner Amsler brought the ordinance forward, we had the current vendor of the ALPRs here, and there was some feedback from at least two commissioners that they thought that was inappropriate. Is it appropriate if they are at the workshop, or what's the opinion? Commissioner Champion.
I think the company that runs them should be here. I mean, you got to be able to ask questions. I mean, I don't think that's unreasonable, especially if it's noticed and the public knows there's a workshop, and you say, hey, we're going to have the expert from Flock here, and they can ask questions or at least answer the questions the public has. So I don't have a problem with that.
Mr. Jobin.
Yeah, I don't think you have a legal ability to prevent them from coming to a duly noticed workshop.
We could stop them from speaking.
I mean, but if you're opening to the public to speak, I don't see how you could stop them from speaking.
Well, I would imagine if they're going to be here and it's a workshop, and the idea is to get all the facts out, that they would want, like, they came ready to present, and were restricted. So if anybody was restricted, that was a conversation that was restricted, along with others. So I just want to hear Commissioner Amsler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My only feedback on that topic previously was it had been floated out that I had sprung that ordinance on the board. Truly, obviously not my intention. And my defense of that was the example that a representative from that company had been able to fly from Ohio, allegedly, to make the meeting and make a presentation. And I actually think it's a great idea to have this person at our workshop or a representative to speak from them. I think it's a great idea.
I'm not guaranteeing they're gonna be here. I just wanted to hear, because two
No issue.
commissioners said to almost verbatim it was inappropriate.
Well, I think my reaction to that was we hadn't really talked as a board about something, and then we were all like, we obviously aren't experts in surveillance and that type of thing. So to already introduce into the conversation someone who may be more geared towards a certain side of the discussion seems perhaps a little premature. That was all I was getting at.
Understood.
Thank you.
Good. Yeah, I fall to the other side of that. I respect what you're saying, but when I'm going to have a discussion and make a decision ultimately, I want all the facts from everybody involved.
I totally agree with you. Personally, I just had a difference of opinion, and that's okay, because I saw him as he's making a lot of money to get to defend his company, and that's okay. That's his job, and I hope he's truthful when he comes before us. I assume he is.
Well, just to reiterate, I'm not representing that the vendor representative is going to be here. But if they like to be here, I'm going to give them an opportunity to speak. That's what I'm just getting out in the open. And if they have a presentation, I'm going to give them an opportunity to do the presentation. So
I agree with
if
you.
anybody has an issue with that, they need to speak now. Administrator Rogers.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, so the potential of the vendor and potentially the sheriff's office possibly having a presentation at this workshop.
That's right.
And I'm aware of. Okay.
That's right.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll go down the line so there's no misunderstanding. March 10th, 5:01, workshop, ALPR discussion.
I was
Commissioner
just making sure that it's not spring break,
That's not.
and it's not. So I'm good. Yeah.
All right,
Break, yep.
yes. Good. Yes.
Yeah, it's following our previous meeting,
Yeah.
so we're just staying longer, yes.
Yes. Commissioner Amsler?
I'm good with it.
Yes, I'm good. Did you have something, sir?
I got nothing.
Oh, okay. All right. All right, we're moving.
Got that ringtone again?
Great discussion. Great discussion, guys. All right, on to item O, County Administrator Jeff Rogers.
Board, my first item is appointment of member to the Library Advisory Committee until December 31st, 2030. We have one vacancy on the Library Advisory Committee due to the resignation of Angeline Williams Philander. So we want to thank Angeline Williams Philander for her service as an alternate member on our Library Advisory Committee. So board, we did an advertisement. We had 3 individuals have submit their application for you for review. We need you to support, if you would like, any of these 3 to select one of those to serve as an alternate member to the Library Advisory Committee until December 31st, 2030.
Is anybody here? Any of the applicants here?
Oh.
All right. If you'd like, you can come forward and speak. Please introduce yourself, spell your last name. I'll give you 3 minutes.
Thank you. No, I'm Joanna Holt, Holt, and I just came in case you had any questions about my application and my commitment to the public library. It would be my privilege to serve.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here and thank you for applying. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Gary Setchen, Secchen, and I applied for the opening when I saw it posted. As an avid user of the library, I just wanted to be able to give back. And I'm not sure about the process from now on. What happens after this? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And thank you for applying as well. All right, back to the board. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you an applicant?
No, I'm
I'm going to give you a chance to speak.
Okay.
During public comment. Okay, Commissioner Champion.
Thank you. I applaud all these volunteers because there's too many of these boards and advisory committees and stuff that have vacancies and no one volunteers. So I appreciate you two volunteering along with the third applicant. I wish I could find a way not, do we have to pick one, or can we put them both on there? Or is there a certain amount? Because if somebody wants to volunteer for this, they should be allowed to volunteer and help out. I don't know. Or do we have them as auxiliary backups or something?
I think Mr. Jobin's going to take a look at that. Anything else, Commissioner Champion?
No, that's it.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Amsler.
I applaud you for being here and waiting through the meeting. That's kind of what I was thinking. I was like, is there 2 positions open here? Because why not have a few more people on there? But Attorney Jobin can look into that. There's some good applicants here. Both of the ones that are here, reviewing their applications, look pretty good. I don't know if anyone has any nominations.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Hawkins.
Thank you. That was going to be my recommendation as well, is to put both of them on here. What's interesting about this, and I want to commend both of you, I don't believe that I've ever seen 2 people from the Library Advisory Board that applied come to the meeting. And I don't know necessarily that I can choose between either one of you because of that. So if it's possible to appoint them both, and maybe, I'd love to hear the county attorney's opinion on that.
Yeah, well, he's researching that. I guess if we have to choose, we'll just do an epic battle of Rochambeau. Mr. Jobin.
All right, it's by ordinance, 1743. The library committee shall consist of 5 members and 2 alternate members. So I don't know if we have a full allotment of that now. In other words, I don't know who's on the committee.
It's on the agenda.
It's on the agenda.
We have 1 alternate already, so this would fill the 1 vacancy.
Okay.
And 1 alternate. So is the vacancy an alternate or a vacancy?
The vacancy is for an alternate.
Is that board policy, John, or is that?
That's by ordinance.
This vacancy is?
Yeah.
Just 1 alternate.
1 alternate.
All right.
Commissioner Lago?
Yeah, well, that's what I was going to ask, guys. Just, is it just 1 or is it an alternate? Because, and I just, you do realize you're a reference on one of them.
I don't know where that came from, so man.
Okay.
He probably asked if he could apply, and of course, anyone that asked, I tell them to apply.
Okay.
And that's my county cell phone number, so whatever.
All right. I saw your name on one of the applicants, and it wasn't one of the ones that you were going to vote for.
Okay.
I mean, again, like I said, I applaud anyone that applies for something. And if this person you're referring to that's on the application said they wanted to apply, of course, I tell everyone to apply. I'm not going to discourage anybody from applying for something that a lot of times has vacancies.
It just had you as a character reference. That's why I was asking.
Well, he asked if he could apply, and I said, of course you can apply. Anyone can apply.
Mr. Jobin?
The other alternative would be to delay this decision and let me come back with an ordinance creating 3 alternate.
No, we could do it. We could do it. No, let's do. This will be fun. This will be fun. Do you both know how to do rock, paper, scissors?
Oh my gosh, really? But both of them do the rock, paper, scissors?
All right, come on forward, guys. This will be fun. It's never happened before.
Just do.
Of course, it'll have to be ratified by a vote.
Hi, I'm Joanna.
Oh, this is fantastic.
Can I just let you?
Oh, he's going to be a gentleman. Oh, he's going to be a gentleman.
Good man.
Sir, please.
In speaking with the other candidate that's here, I just volunteered to let her take the position in my place. Hopefully that will sit well with you folks, and I will pursue other opportunities to give back to the community.
Mr. Sheehan. Very great. Although I wanted to see this rock, paper, scissors.
We should do it anyway just to see what happens.
Let's do it anyway to see what would happen. Let's just do it. Let's just do it. All right, ready?
We gotta do it.
All right.
Remember, okay.
All right. On 3.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, he would have won. He would have won. All right, sir. More than gracious. Thank you. Please apply again if it comes open. Please apply again, and you will definitely be considered.
Consider. Thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
Did the board?
We haven't voted yet. Commissioner Amsler.
I think John was first, actually.
He turned his light out. Commissioner Locke.
I was just going to say, thank you, Gary, appreciate you, and I hope that you would apply if there's another opening here, because, and I'll give you my vote next time, because you were number 2 today.
All right. So Commissioner Amsler.
And I feel likewise, what a great display of some of the great people we have in Hernando County. And if we could add, I mean, I don't see in the future, if Attorney Jobin agrees with it down the road, if opening that up so we could add more people to it potentially, I don't know. We could talk about it. Could be out of control. So maybe we'll see.
Commissioner Hawkins.
Yeah, thank you. Outstanding job. Make a motion to approve Miss Joanna Holt.
Perfect. All right, I got a motion to approve Ms. Holt from Commissioner Hawkins, a second by Commissioner Amsler. Going to open it up to the public. Anybody from the public like to speak on item 01? Seeing none, we're going to close public comment, back to the board. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Congratulations. Thank you both. Thank you for allowing us to have a little fun. That was cool.
Thanks for staying today.
Yes, and thank you for sitting through the whole meeting. That's amazing. All right, we're on up to item 02, Mr. Administrator.
Board. Item I2 is appointment of Russell D. Yeager to the Fine Arts Council to December 31st, 2030. One vacancy existed on the Fine Arts Council. As with all the news release, one person has applied, Russell Yeager, I guess. And we'd like the board to recommend Mr. Russell Yeager to serve on the Hernando County Fine Arts Council until December 31st, 2030.
Motion to approve. Second.
I don't think he's here.
Is Mr. Yeager here?
I don't see him.
Okay. I got a motion to approve from Commissioner Hawkins, a second by Commissioner Champion. Anybody from the public like to speak on item 02? Seeing none, we're closing public comment, back to the board. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Before we move forward, I just want to take a second and just recognize, the administrator mentioned it, but I want to formally recognize and voice my appreciation for Miss Angelina Williams-Philanders for her service to the Library Advisory Committee. Thank you for that service. And we wish you well in the future. On to 03.
Sorry.
The board,
Can we have the Elmo,
03 is the
please?
directives, and I have an updated one that was provided to you that's kind of a little change from the agenda. There's just a couple more added on to it. I wanted to make sure we address those two at the end here. As you're going through the directives to the board, I'll put it on the screen too so the citizens can see a little better. The number one, this Brooksville CRA, as you mentioned, that is coming. That has been approved by the steering committee coming forward. Just so a little right now, board, just a little transparency. We are figuring out this is really unique. A CRA created by two legislative bodies, the city and the county. So we're kind of working out right now exactly how that is finally made. As the county make the CRA or the city make the CRA, and then the other one agrees with the CRA. So it is moving forward. Your county attorney and this city's attorney and lots of smarter people than me are working on figuring out how to make this come forward, but it is moving forward. There are several of the items you can see there with buffers and ordinances and tiny homes are all coming forward finally, and you'll see those at some of your land use meetings. Also, the and then on the second page, we can put the second page up. Sorry, sidewalk policy is moving forward. Ridge Manor Dam access. That's access to a water control structure on the lake in Ridge Manor. Scott Herring has an easement coming forward with the board to have access real shortly, and then we're looking at another potential looking at how we maintain that in the future. And then the Waterways Advisory Council will be on March 24th. All the options for that advisory council coming forward. I did cross out maximum credit card fee as your county attorney has provided you options on that to remove that his opinion on have that ability to for companies that don't charge cash to limit how much they charge and the impact on the credit card fee. So.
We were putting
Can you
together.
read that again? Can we just hear that from?
Yes, and it was in
My
an email
understanding.
sent to
Yes,
the
I know,
board.
just like it.
It's a decision I don't quite understand from the 11th Circuit, but they've ruled that doing so, since a discount is fundamentally the same in the court's mind as a fee, it's just going in different directions, that limiting one violates the First Amendment and is therefore unconstitutional.
Limiting one, but if you required both, how does that limit one?
Well, because you're preventing. I don't really pretend to understand it. It's a strange decision, but that's the decision the court came to.
All right, again, just why I wanted to have you speak on it. It just seems odd to me that because you're not limiting one, you're providing both options.
I'm not even sure how it affects the speech of anybody, but that
Right. Well,
there it is.
obviously, it affected the speech of MasterCard and Visa.
That's whose speech was impeded.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good point.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Champion.
Thank you, Mr. Jobin. I thought we agreed that, because originally I wanted an ordinance that says, hey, you must take cash. Three of you didn't agree with that. So we came back and said, okay, well, if you're going to charge a fee, you have to take cash. So what does that got to do with setting a maximum fee? Is that a different item? Because I thought we consensus on that to bring that back as an ordinance.
What is unconstitutional is what you just described, not the maximum fee. The maximum fee is
That's constitutional, what we described, what I just described, right? Putting an ordinance in place saying if you don't take cash, you can't charge a fee.
That's
do
the
that?
one you can't do, according to
Can't
the
do that.
circuit.
It's unconstitutional.
So then we have to go back to making them take cash. We can do that, right?
That you can do. You
Right,
just,
and that's what we should
the board
do.
didn't vote in favor of it, but you can.
Well, we need to reconsider then. You guys, because there's people getting ripped off. They're getting ripped off, and it's getting worse every day. So if our job is to protect the public, then it's so bad. They're charging takeout fees for somebody's again. This is one of those things that the government needs, the state and the federal government needs to step it up and fix this, because it's getting out of control. Before, you couldn't charge a fee and all that stuff, and I'm all for that, because I think it's sending the message back that, hey, cash is king. It's always been that way, especially if you're going to business, because there is no fee. Nobody's taking a portion of that, except for the federal government if you make a profit. But other than that, they're not cutting into your profits. But these credit cards are charging all kinds of crazy fees, and these businesses are charging fees for takeout and for convenience. And there's a bunch of stuff online where they're charging for cost of living for employees and crazy stuff. So we need to, if it's unconstitutional to make them take cash, or they're going to take a fee, then we need to make them take cash. Or the federal government or the state needs to step up. I guess nobody's gonna.
Federal issue, yes.
Commissioner Amsar.
I tend to agree with Commissioner Champion on the cash, just because it's America. And these credit card companies, a lot of merchant services, all of this is kind of sideways nowadays. Especially the post-COVID things that are getting added on. I think where the concern comes in is, how do we implement this in certain instances, in certain businesses, where it makes sense for the business without putting a burden on them? That's the only thing I look at on it. If we can figure that out, I think I'm 100% with you.
Good, sir. You good? Commissioner Amsar?
I'm good.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Hawkins?
Yeah, thank you. I think it's around the language of the ordinance again, right? So if we can get something that makes sense, that's constitutional. I think the problem that I had is how are you going to require Uber Eats to take cash? How are you going to require paying something over the phone to take cash? How are you going to require those particular things? And I think that was where we were getting hung up. But Mr. Jobin, you seem to reach for your light.
Yeah, the proposed ordinance, I drafted at Commissioner Champion's request back in last year, exempted places that did not have a brick and mortar retail facility. So anything over the phone, anything by internet, because there's no way, first of all, there's no way to know if the transaction truly took place in Hernando County. It depends where the servers are,
Right.
And two, as a matter of logistics, there'd be no way.
Well, since the other part, this is what I love. The other part is unconstitutional. I love to bring it back. Let's bring it back. Talk about it.
Just to bring back to 2004, you must take cash ordinance.
Was it 2004?
Yeah, I think it was 2024.
Can you resend it to me as well?
Sure.
Yeah, thank you. Send it to us all.
Okay.
Commissioner Champion.
Thank you. The thing to think about, like we talked about a referendum before, we already got a referendum. That's another way to ask the people, and I think it would be resoundingly, they would say yes. I think they think there's already a law. If you ask most people, they go, "Are you allowed to do that? You can't take cash?" And I think it should be it should be law anyway. What's that?
What are some places that aren't?
Dude, there's the coffee place right here in downtown.
Really?
Yeah, not taking cash. There's a bunch of them, man. They're starting to creep up, and it's getting worse. And now you've got restaurants they're cheating you too. I got with Commissioner Simpson, but he said he needs some kind of law to enforce, because really, Department of Agriculture should be enforcing this. They really should be looking at this and make sure the consumers are not ripped off. They check everything else. They check my scales. They check weights and measures and make sure my labels are right and things like that. If you're in business, to make sure you're not ripping off the public. But how can a restaurant charge you for takeout dishes? How can a restaurant say, give you a bill, and then when you give them a credit card, they come back with a 4% fee on top of it, and the person didn't even know about it?
That's constitutional.
I mean, it's a problem.
Yeah, but that was actually, so may I? I'm sorry.
Yes.
I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Having a conversation.
But yeah, so the Florida State Attorney General had to write language because our Constitution in the state of Florida made it illegal to have transaction fees on credit card fees. This was like in 2016, 2017, 2018, something like that. And so our Constitution said that it was illegal. The Supreme Court said that it was unconstitutional to restrict the charges on those transactions. And before we could amend our Constitution in the state of Florida, they had to write guidance on how businesses were allowed to do this. Because for a long time, that was known in the state of Florida. I mean, you had the Department of Agriculture, you had the Attorney General's office, and attorneys actually contacting you if you were a private business charging transaction fees. But the Supreme Court basically said it was unconstitutional to not allow transaction fees to be taken. So, I mean,
And just for the record, I am not opposed to a business recouping their losses for the credit card fee. I think it needs to be transparent, and I think there needs to be an alternative payment method. I mean, your payment method, you should be able to use legal tender to pay any debt, public or private. It has it right on our note, which is why you're seeing the mess you have right now in this economy with gold and silver. We should all be concerned with gold is 5,200 and silver is almost 100. You should be very, very concerned. You know why? They're devaluing your currency. And and these credit card companies and all, they're the biggest companies in the world. And listen, I'm all for free enterprise and for business, but I'm not for ripping off the public. And there's a lot of that going on right now. And I think too many people are used to taking out their card and doing just swiping and not looking at anything. And now they're not sending you statements and they're charging you. For example, there's my Lowe's card. And a lot of other cards. Now they're charging you a $1.99 statement fee because they want you to go to paperless. And when you go to paperless, how many of you keep up and you know every single bill you have? I mean, I know I keep up with my bills, but man, when you got a lot of stuff going on, there's easy to forget one of these. And because they don't send you a paper statement anymore, you got to keep up with this. But they're getting rich on the credit card fee or the late payment fee and the interest that you don't pay on time. Because if this thing doesn't get done and you can't get that payment in time, boom, you got a $30 fee plus you got interest. They're ripping. The problem is, where I have a problem here is they're ripping off the public over and over and over again. And I cannot believe there's not a law that says you must take cash. I'm shocked at that. There's got to be something because that is the only currency. These credit cards are phony money. They're not real money. The only thing is real money is the real money is gold and silver. But then we got fake phony currency too. But still, there's a problem here, and we should lead the pack on this. So I appreciate you guys just looking at it at least. If we bring it back, thank you, Commissioner Hawkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I love this discussion. I think it's it's extremely healthy to have it. Funny story. Private equity company from up north, I won't name their names, of buying local businesses in the Tampa Bay area, and wanted to go to 100% online billing and charging, right? So they don't want to send paper statements. They don't want to send any of those things. And they lost, I think, 45% of their customers in about 45 days.
Really?
Because people, the AR got out of control. and B, they got put on hold or canceled and they're still providing services, and they're like, what is going on? Why can't we communicate? I said, hold on a second, guys. You're talking about the state of Florida, right? What do we have in the state of Florida? We have a lot of retirees. We have a lot of people. My dad doesn't have an email address, right? He's never gone online and used email. I'm not saying that that's a good thing or a bad thing. I'm just saying it does, it exists. And, we should be able to, I still require paper statements for myself just for tracking purposes, to your point. With finances and IRS and all the things that's going on, I like paper trail. It's just the way that I've always done business. Although I like the convenience of paying online, right? I like being able to use my banking and checks are legal cash to that point. So, and how many businesses actually restrict the use of checks, right? So it's interesting. It's an interesting conversation. I'm excited about revisiting it, honestly, especially since all the other options are exactly.
Commissioner Champion.
Thank you. I just for the public's sake, when you're out at a restaurant, you're out of the business, the first thing you should say is, do you charge a credit card fee? And every single restaurant I go to, and I bring cash with me. And this could be a good thing, this stuff going on, because it could force people to use real money. And I've said this before, and I say this to all my kids, and I'll say it to my grandkids in the future, is that if you have $100 bills in your hand, there's a reason why. Let me give you an example. You go on a cruise, they hand you a card. You go to a casino, they hand you chips. You know why? It's hard to lay down $100 bills on the table and gamble them. So if you had $500 and you had to flip out $500 bills, you're going to be like, nope. But it's easy to take that phony money and stick that phony money up there, or it's easy to take that credit card and rack up the debt. There's a reason why, $1.3 trillion in credit card debt now? All-time record when they're charging 30% interest. And I applaud President Trump for trying to limit that, say, cut it to $9.99 at least for a year. I don't know if that's the right move or not. Maybe it's not, because that goes against free enterprise. I get that. But at the same time, it's that people need to wise up. You're wasting your money. I tell my kids all the time, it's like, you swipe that card, like, for example, the school system. I worked with Mark Johnson and the school board. They were charging on a $5 ticket, $1.50. They're still doing it, by the way. $1.50 convenience charge to go to a game. I think these people are mad at me because I go to a lot of games now, and they look at me, they know I'm the one, and they go, and I hand them a $5 bill now. I didn't waste $1.50.
It wasn't the transaction fee; it was the fact that they wouldn't accept cash at the gate.
Oh, they wouldn't take, but they had.
That was the thing. So you didn't have a choice, and the school board, you can pay with cash at the gate.
And they're all paying with cash now, by the way. About 80% of them are paying with cash, the people that are coming in. So the people do realize they're paying that fee, and they don't want to pay it. And if I want to go to the building department, I know that we're going to take cash and all that, but if I want to go to the building department, I want to pay my permit fee and a check or cash, I should be able to do that. Just like any other department, and not have to pay a fee, because we know there's going to be a fee with Tyler, with everything going forward. Even though the state of Florida, I just paid on the Tyler system, did not charge a credit card fee. When I went on there in Sunbiz, for example. You guys do your Sunbiz stuff? When you redo the stuff, did not charge a credit card fee. I was shocked by that.
Processing fee.
I was shocked by that. I didn't see it.
That means they're paying for it themselves.
I don't know where that came from, and maybe they're ironing out the details. But I didn't have to pay for it anyway.
That means you're paying for it on somebody. We're all paying for it.
And I'm not saying I'm not saying that's the right thing to do, because the citizens of this county should not pay for these credit card fees. I mean, I agree with that, but there needs to be an option. If you can pay with cash or a check, you should be able to do that. Thank you.
So, I appreciate this conversation, and I have zero issue with bringing it back because I think it warrants a discussion. I think to the point of your $100 analogy, Commissioner Champion, wholeheartedly agree with you. First, 10 years of our marriage. We've been married 30 years now, so first 10 years of our marriage, we were doing the envelope system.
Done it before.
Where you put cash in there, and if you spend all your money for eating out, if you happen to have any money in that envelope, we didn't for a long time, then no more eating out. The money's done. You don't just borrow from another envelope.
Ramsey.
And so that was the Ramsey system. To Commissioner Amsler's point, so here's the confusion. And I agree with you. It's America. But the argument is it's America. And it's legal tender. It doesn't mean you have to take it. right? If I want to barter with somebody and say, hey, you know, you can pay with, you know, watermelons, or you can pay with cantaloupe, or you can pay with corn, or you can pay with whatever, then I should be able to take watermelon, corn, whatever I want, right? I shouldn't have to take cash. Well, no, I want to pay with cash. No. Also, to your point, and I think this is where you were going with it, Commissioner Amsler, you are putting businesses, ask me, I'll tell you. By the way, I have a business, I take cash, I take card, and I don't charge for the card.
Do you take watermelons?
Don't take watermelons.
But cantaloupe.
Cantaloupe, maybe. But hey, nobody's asked me. Maybe I do. But so, you know, it's not an issue. I think it's smart business to take cash, you know. But I also think it's smart business to have the ability to pay with a card. You know, there's a lot of businesses that don't, and I respect them. Like Dave Ramsey, go on there and try to pay with a card. He won't take your credit card. He'll take your debit card. He won't take your credit card. You know, and so I applaud that. You know, I think, you know, it's a slippery slope. You know, I've always, you know, I look at it and try to look globally, and I look at these AMSCOT, or these, I shouldn't say the name of a business, but a payday advance or a loan thing like that, you know, and I say to myself, they should be ashamed of themselves, you know, but you know what? They're doing what's legal, you know, and it's free enterprise, you know. Pawn shops, the same way. They can charge 25% per month in the state of Florida, you know, same way, you know. So where do you stop, you know? So I think you have to have free enterprise. That's why I was in favor of the other direction we were going. If you're not going to take cash, then you can't charge a fee, you know. But you know, back to this about putting businesses in a tough situation, you are putting team members in danger, forcing them to take cash, and you're picking winners and losers. Because I'm delivering with Domino's, and I can take cash, and I can take card, but Uber is delivering, and they don't have to take cash. Right. So now you're picking winners and losers, and I have a fundamental issue with that. So it's not that I agree with you wholeheartedly. It's America. I also agree with you wholeheartedly. It's America, right? And so I don't think it's our job to pick winners and losers, and I don't think it's our job to tell a business how to run their business. But I look forward to that discussion. Mr. Administrator Rogers.
Boy, the last things on here on this directives, Dusty Warbler Roadway, we did send a letter to Duke Energy. We got a response this morning. They're having their engineering department look at it, and so that is it's good news. They responded, and it's being looked at by their department that would, I guess, review and approve us to get that right away to extend that roadway and provide a better access for the citizens. And then the Manatee Refuge Hospital Hole, we did send a letter to FWC. I also provided you back research staff did regarding the Tarpon Springs ordinance that was approved by their Tarpon Springs council. Apparently, while that's been approved by them, FWC has not approved it, and therefore they might not be
legal.
Yeah, legal, or they're not enforcing it. So FWC understands your direction to expedite the discussion on a manatee refuge at Hospital Hole at least, and they have your direction and they're working on that for you.
Commissioner Locko.
Thank you. So I'm glad I didn't see that email come back about Dusky Warbler. I mean, in the end, well, yeah, I'm not looking at my email during this, but the thing is, it makes sense to them because they you know, right now they're driving all over their property. Right? I mean, if you look on Google Earth, it looks like, even Google Maps, it looks like there's 4 different roads going through that property, right? So it would make sense if they would move with us so that we can have a defined road that goes through there, and then it protects their assets. With the manatee refuge there, is FWC willing to send somebody here to discuss? We talked about the gopher tortoises as well. You know, are they willing to send a rep here to just kind of give us the public information on this so that they know how to handle the situation if they see it?
I'll follow up on that. We're working on sending them a letter requesting them to have a kind of a meeting with us. They are going to have a March 25th. They are having a workshop here in the county. FWC is regarding Jenkins Creek Restoration Project, and that is a project to stabilize the bank in Jenkins Creek that goes right outside the Leonard Patterson Park where the tower's at. Past the bridge there, going into that spring that goes past the boardwalk and everything, increase the vegetation there, and then also increase the habitat there for manatee in that spring. And so that workshop on March 25th at 5 p.m. at our utilities building. We'll answer a lot of the questions too, but we will follow up and see if we can get them to address the board here with some questions on those two topics between the gopher tortoises and the manatees.
And I did sign a letter on behalf of this board on Thursday, I believe, about the gopher tortoises to FWC.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I didn't catch it. Okay.
Commissioner Lockup?
I'm good.
Okay. Commissioner Amsler?
Great, Administrator. I'm happy to see the coming items in March and April. It's great. The Ridge Manor Dam access, I appreciate you working with those folks out there and keeping moving that forward as much as you can to help them in future plans. There's some good ideas out there. I did notice the Waterway Advisory Council item. The notes on that don't seem to be updated. I think our previous direction from this board was to pursue the meeting moving around the county. I could be wrong on that, but
Chris is the expert on it.
then I mean, it doesn't have to be. You can, but the other thing the other thing's a tow truck on call. The notes on that. I think we had given direction, and it still seems to be determined, proposed, and the lady that came before us a couple weeks ago said she'd been here twice already. Seems like we just need to push it forward. The big thing I wanted to get to was finally the regulation on dog breeders. So it's a great idea. I'd like this board to actively pursue us just, put an ordinance in place to shut down these puppy mills.
Let's go.
Like, let's do it.
Yeah.
I don't see why not. I don't see what's standing in the way. I think
Especially on residential property. Right?
yeah, like, and
They're all
like,
over the place.
if you want to have some puppies with your dog and your home kid and your friends and stuff, okay, it's America. But like, a big problem in the county is, and I don't know if the state has the appropriate laws yet, but a big problem here is these puppy mills have to be addressed. We have to take care of this. So I know we have something vague on here, but I think we'd probably likely be in consensus to knock that one out of the park.
Thank you, sir. So, and I think you're probably going to respond to part of that, but I'm ignorant when it comes to puppy mills. Is there a difference between a licensed, regulated breeder and a puppy mill? Hey, whoever can speak intelligently about that, Mr. Hawkins.
So, a lot of research on this over recently. It's if you have less than 12 dogs on the property, you fall within you fall underneath the requirement to have a license.
Less than 12.
Less than 12. So you can have up to 12 animals on a residential property.
It's county policy.
So up to 12 animals. So if you go over 12, then you have to be licensed with animal control. And that's the problem. So what we have is neighbors complaining about mills they're falling within those guidelines in residential property. That might be 8 dogs outside, 10 dogs outside, those types of things. They've been ticketed by animal control for nuisance animals for multiple times. They go in front of the magistrate. The fines are very inexpensive. They pay the fines, they move on. So, you know, that's one of the reasons why I brought it to this board, to work on that. And I know Mr. DePablo is working on it. But to your point, Commissioner Hensler, let's go. I mean, I think it's important to
How does that differ from a licensed breeder?
So the licensed breeder falls under a lot of jurisdiction, and I don't know objectively. I don't have the law in front of me, right? So I'm going based off of what I'm memory at this point. But there's requirements of the structure, the way that they're handled, the ongoing permitting and licensing of these things, and then unannounced inspections, vaccinations that they have to go through, and then you're buying a certified, dog.
And so this is
easy, Commissioner Locko. Forcing vaccines.
So when we're talking about puppy mills, we're not talking about licensed.
We're not talking about licensed breeders.
Okay.
No. Licensed breeders, they're following the rules. Have to.
Okay.
Maybe there's some bad actors in there that get caught, but for the most part, these are unlicensed breeders that are falling in between that gray area of nuisance and licensure. And if you're gonna be a licensed breeder, you might as well have a license and do it the right way.
Do it right, just like everybody else does.
That's exactly right.
Right.
If you have a private animal that you're having a litter, that's different, than commercially selling these dogs on a regular basis, and these dogs being, in the instances that I've seen, outdoor caged animals used for breeding puppies. These are not. This is not conditions that you would expect.
That's acceptable.
That would be acceptable.
Right.
Yeah.
Commissioner Champion.
Thank you. I agree with all that, but the one thing I want to add is, like I said, if your dog has or a cat has some animals and you're giving them away or something like that, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about these people that, and all you gotta do is go to Tanzania Estates. Just go over there and you'll see every other corner, pit bull puppies for sale. Stuff like that. Number one, these aren't legitimate businesses. They're not paying taxes. They don't have any regulation. They're not spayed and neutering these animals. They're not, I mean, when you go to the pound or you go to a breeder, you're going to, like, even my breeder for my golden retriever, she follows up on my dog all the time. She makes sure that, she cares about her animals and stuff. But these are, certified animals. They go to the vet. They're vaccinated, all that stuff. And there's a lot of regulation that these breeders have to go through. But then there's these people that are contributing to our problem in the county I'm not picking on a breed. I know I said pit bull. I shouldn't have said that. But it could be any breed. But commonly, that's what happens. That's why the pound is full of 90% of those, because there's illegitimate breeders out there doing this stuff, and they're contributing to the problem. And whoever wants to pay for them, they don't care who you are. They don't vet you. They don't make sure you have a place. They don't make sure you put them in and they don't pay any tax. That's for sure. They just take the $500 and give it a dog. They don't care who you are. But then the dog gets big and it ends up in our pound, and you guys are all paying these millions of dollars to take care of them. And that's it. I'm not about regulation, but when it comes to this, you're creating a problem for all of us. Thank you.
Understood. Appreciate that. Commissioner Locko.
Thank you. And I appreciate, because it used to be that the word puppy mill was for breeders that were stocking a lot of the pet stores. And that's why I want to make sure, because what I thought what we're talking about more is the backyard breeders that are just, right? Because, and so maybe the terminology has changed. I just remember, I'm trying to remember the names of the pet stores that used to be out there that you could always buy the dogs and cats at, right? They were accused of being puppy mills and stuff. They would go to these farms, these kennels that would literally just breed, so that they could do them at, in retail. We're talking about going after that backyard breeder, right?
We call it backyard breeders. We can do that.
No, I just want to make sure we're talking. We're gonna have to define whatever it is, because is it? Again, it's semantics, but is it really? You think of a mill. I mean, it's something that's continually producing a product. And if that's what we're talking about, that's fine. I just want to make sure we have to define it as well as we can, so that we understand what that is, and because part of what you spoke about sounded more like just limiting the number of animals per residential lot.
We should be a limit too.
Well, right? I mean, because you could still do this with 9, 10 dogs in your yard if they don't have to have a license at this point.
You can do that now.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You know, and so so that's, I guess, see what I'm saying? I hate to be that guy that's always bringing the semantics into it, but we've got to decide what are we really going
We're
after.
bringing the dollars for profit. It's
Yeah,
not
I know.
legit business. That's what
I
we're
get it,
talking about.
but we've got to be able to we've got to be able to enforce it. I hate it. I hate what's going on out there. I just as much as you, because it's costing me, the taxpayer, right? I mean, that's the reality. I mean, if we had an animal shelter that could hold 10,000 animals, guess what? We'd probably have 990, right? It's just the way it works, and so we've got to find a way to control that. I just want to make sure that we're talking about the same thing. That's all. Because
And that's where I was trying to get at. It's like, what is the issue we're trying to address? Great conversation. All right, Administrator Rogers.
Right, so I'll clear on that. I was trying to work with have the sheriff's office bring forward proposals since they have oversight of animal control and animal services, but I got direction that we'll draft an ordinance, maybe get their input on limiting these breeders that are breeding dogs. I think it's only limited to dogs, not cats, and they're in your house. For all dogs and cats, because your current regulation calls a breeder somebody a dog or a cat that reproduce more than 20 animals in any rolling 12-month period for any purpose.
Well, I think dogs and cats I think that's fine, and I think we should work together with.
We'll get sheriff's office, yeah. Okay, get their ideas. All right, so we'll try to work on with John and Joe, but on some kind of ordinance. All right. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Jobin.
I would just like to point out that there is currently bills working their way through with matching House and Senate bills that would give the Department of Agriculture exclusive jurisdiction to regulate puppy mills require breeding licenses. So I didn't know if you
known that 30 minutes ago.
What are they calling a puppy mill?
Can't bring up the entire.
All right. I mean, maybe we check into it because it may be something different than what we're trying to.
All right, yeah, bring that back to us. Thank you, sir. All right, open it up to the public on 03. Anybody from the public like to speak on 03? Seeing none, closing public comment. All right. We're on to item P, board comments. Commissioner Hawkins.
Well, listen, thank you all for the, I think this was great debate, conversation today, and I really appreciate the time, and I appreciate the citizens sticking around for a long meeting, and I'm sure the engagement is going to continue, but I just thank you very much for the opportunity, first of all, to serve on this board, and then to have the discussion that we're having.
Yeah.
I think it's constructive. I think it's the right way, and I truly believe that each one of us up here are trying to do the best thing for our community. So
That's
thank
right.
you.
Yeah, thank you. Commissioner Olako.
Nothing.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Amser.
Thank you. Real quick, there's Art in the Park coming up on March 13th 14th and 15th. So as always, the Art in the Park is awesome. Encourage everyone to go out there and our local Warrior 321 nonprofit, Alan Wilkett, has been appointed by the president to a position fighting trafficking. So that's pretty awesome. That's pretty awesome to know him and learn from his experience. And I saw him recently, and he complimented this board for some of the efforts that have been made in that front over the last few years. On a personal note, I am acting in a play at Stage West nonprofit theater, which is, I don't know if you guys have ever done this.
Well, aren't you
We saw you.
So,
Learn from my mistake.
So aren't you playing a corrupt mayor?
I am playing. Yeah, it's true.
Method actor.
Method actor. I don't know about that. It was very insulting because I got in there and the director said, "Yeah, I think you'd be the perfect super corrupt politician," and they said, "Just be yourself, right?" Okay. Anyway, it's a nonprofit theater. It's been there like 50 years. I've been going there since I was a kid. It's a cool place. And then we have the chili cook-off at People Helping People on Saturday. I think this, we had a great meeting today. I appreciate everyone working so diligently. And let's see. That's all I've got. Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Lockout.
So it's just acting, no singing or dancing?
No, you would not.
Because I got suckered into that twice with my girls. And I think being the crooked mayor might have been more fun than Captain Von Trapp. That was rough. That was really rough. That wasn't that long ago. It's a good thing they don't record those things.
Good stuff. Commissioner Champion.
Thank you. We're citing this Friday at 3 p.m. is the unveiling of the Charlie Kirk Memorial Highway sign. Hopefully you guys are all going to attend. However, a word of caution, you know, and if you notice, our team put out the announcement on social media, and there's a lot of undesirable people comment on that, and from all over the country, like very, very bad comments. Did you see some of the comments on there? We're going to show up, and we're going to do this, or we're going to burn it down, or I mean, threatening emails, threatening messages. So the word of caution, I would probably have some deputies there just to make sure. And we should not be scared of anything just because somebody's going to come out and they're going to protest or whatever. Don't be surprised if there's crazy liberal protesters on the side of the road blocking traffic, whatever. Probably should have done it a little later or even on a weekend because the schools.
They're all half day. They're all.
Oh, they're half day. Oh, thank goodness.
Over there.
Okay, good. I didn't realize that. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. So we probably want to make sure we have some deputies there just in case. But I started looking at the people, and there was very few that were local. They were from New York. They were from. People must be sharing that, and it's going to some group somewhere. I mean, it must be what 500 comments on there.
I think we're getting close to 600.
Something like that, and it's mostly nasty. There is a few patriots on there that are, and just to remind everyone, Charlie Kirk was not a terrible person. He was speaking to the youth, and he welcomed people with dissenting or disagreed with him, dissenting views, and he welcomed them to debate him. Mm-hmm. What's wrong with that? Nothing. You know, I have a local pastor coming. He's going to do the prayer from Cross Point Church. I already gave that to Administrator Rogers, so they agreed to come down. It's a local church. It's right around the corner, so it's fitting to have that person there. Pastor Paul is out of town, but Pastor Eric's going to be the one that's going to be there. So I think it's going to be a positive thing. But just to be, if you're all going to come, just be aware that there's probably going to be some people there that are going to be trying to disrupt it. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jobin?
I have nothing.
Ms. Brady?
Not here.
She has nothing. Mr. Rogers?
I don't have anything though.
Okay, we're adjourned.
Oh, my goodness.